Truly terrific run of Fridays to round out autumn. That may be coming to an end in the coming weeks, however. There could be gloomier skies ahead, so savour the sunshine while you can. This is an important evening, though, not just towards the foot of the table. You have a big look in the top 3 race, and then, of course, the top 2 as well, all of whom will be seeing off against one another this evening. The table could take a very different complexion come evening's end to the way in which it started, and that is quite the exciting possibility. There's a lot on the line at this stage in the season. Beyond this point, we'll have 7 to go. We'll have just over a month of futsal remaining in 2026's first chapter for the women's top flight of Series Futsal. What a way to round it out. Everything to play for. You've got really a league that has a top 3 chase well and truly underway. There's an intense battle at the bottom. There's an intense chase in the title. That really comes to its point this evening. It hits a crossroad. 1-0 on the charge early. It's a good challenge from Minas just as McCaffrey was lurking, and it found a way off Smith. Costa Fruitus on the 1-0 touchline. A little bit of a different look, though, to the Northcote touchline this evening. No Ishel Haskell. He is unavailable, so it's a managerial debut for Mason Fitzgerald, 17-year-old, who has been well and truly making waves with Northcote's junior setup. And a couple of those are out on court at the moment as McCaffrey forces the save from Daly. The second attempt, she tiptoed wonderfully, and Daly was there to deny. Minas couldn't quite clear. Smith's effort only found best, and on the second, off the post and in. Sadie Smith puts 1-0 ahead. Northcote unable to clear their lines, and a 1-0 side who truly are wanting to turn their seasonal fortunes round have got themselves off to the perfect start. Northcote, though, looking to reply with immediacy. Best lost out to Claudia Damasi, who's also returning tonight, and she's away from 1, away from 2, and makes it 2 in next to no time. Quick 1-2 punch. And within 2 stop clock minutes, 1-0 of chalk 2 ahead. A little bit to do for Fitzgerald and co already. Another fresh-faced manager. The only one younger than him, one Nicholas Parthamos from way back when. As McCaffrey unable to turn away from Minas, who set it on for Miller Best. Smith was there to apply pressure to her. Best happy to ward off. The other thing worth noting, only 5 currently for Northcote. There will be more arriving in due time, but for the time being, what you see is what you get for Mason Fitzgerald's side. As Daly went to steer it long for Hewitt. Damasi read it and steered it for Smith. She got away from Cal. The touch was a little loose, allowed Best to go and win it. She turned into McCaffrey. Hewitt went to lend a helping hand and did so rather well, and has now got 2 to go at. Had Eliades in retreat, had nobody further forward, set it back through Minas, who steered it for Miller Best. She's happy to drop it off in return. And now Cal, who couldn't find Best. Damasi picked it off. Had McCaffrey the only one further forward. Happy to set back through Eliades, and now Smith once more, who searched down the line. That's a good read from Hewitt, who can now charge. Best up with her, through the legs of Smith, and Eliades across to clear. Not necessarily the start to the evening that Northcote nor their teenage manager had in mind. Cal's resolve was good, kept it alive. Smith was then lurking, and so she had to concede the play. Taken quickly for McCaffrey, set it back for Eliades. Damasi. 1 win each for both of these two against each other this season. Northcote won the first edition 5-2. 1-0, 5-4 in the second time. That was that late Northcote rally that got them within 1 momentarily. Made it look as though they could go and pinch a point from that game. They weren't able to see it out in the end. Best happy to see that one out, though. Another return this evening for 1-0. Louisa Verratti's back on the bench. Been a while since she's been included in the side. So some of the pieces for Costa Frutas coming together at an important time of the season. We'll be into our final month and a bit beyond this stage. As McCaffrey couldn't find a way around Minas without fouling. Was a little bit bewildered as to it. Daly took the free kick short for Minas. She lost out to Smith, but it finds its way out of play. And you wonder, whenever you see a new manager on the touchline, just what figure they may cut out. And so far, in the just elapsed 4 minutes and 2 seconds of Mason Fitzgerald's opening act, he's cut quite the calm figure, though Smith is charging. McCaffrey's up with her. The ball's just a little bit too far ahead. Terrific idea to steer it to the back post. It just couldn't find its finishing touch. Had it done, it could have been 3 in 4 and a bit minutes. Here is Hewitt, who had Demazi in retreat. Hewitt was able to bundle her way beyond. El Hayek happy to see it out of play. 2 arrivals on the Northcote bench. Amy Whiting and Mariella Bagang both arriving, both going through their paces and getting instruction from their manager as Demazi went on for Eliades. She had Cal to go at and couldn't, who won a free kick. Eliades a little bit eager to go and win it back while in retreat. Minas had best centrally, who turned tidily. Sauntered away from Smith, got another free kick. So a few early fouls for 1-0. And already the ice beneath the feet of Costa Frutas' side getting a little bit thinner. 3 up in the first 5 minutes. They might just have to be a little bit cautious. Miller Best's free kick. Northcote looking for a way to get back into this game. Best went direct. Hewitt was lurking at the back post. It somehow stayed alive. Al Hayek and Demazi then got there to sort it out at the expense of a corner. Cow's take nearly used the fork. Hewitt turned it in off the post. Brilliantly timed run. Steered smartly towards the far post, and it just found a flick off the wrong side of it and away. Grazed the base of the upright. It's the closest North could have come to getting back in this game. Best evaded Smith smartly. Went to send it for Minas, cut out by Demazi, who was dancing away from 1, then 2. Demazi round the lot, a brilliant goal. Wonderful. The perfect welcome back for Claudia Demazi. And 1-0 are running white hot right at the very start. First time Northcote able to go to their bench. Bagang instated with immediacy. Cout was being pressed. Hewitt flicked it on and into the palms of El Hayek, who herself went the direct route. Daly had it covered. Best went to clip it down the line. Demazi battled with Hewitt. Flipped it out to Daig. Cow for Hewitt, who wasn't able to keep it alive. Laura El Hayek. Threaded for McCaffrey. Oh, that's a lovely swivel and a lovely finish. Razor sharp from Sophie McCaffrey. who steers 1-0, 4 clear, and already they've got some daylight, and already Northcote want timeout. Four in next to no time. They have flown out of the blocks. Northcote fancy a timeout as we go to a break. It's Northcote 0, 1-0 4. And so, returning from timeout, Mason Fitzgerald fancy a word. They were hit by a quick quadrant, and now Northcote have got a bit of work to do. 1-0 have started brightly, however. Return of Demazi. McCaffrey moved further forward, as proved quite the fine stroke from Costa Frutas so far. They themselves have still got half an eye on the battle for the top 3 as well this season, hoping to end it strongly. It's been a topsy-turvy campaign for them. A win would take them above Hart for now. As it stands, they go within 2 points of the reigning champions. Still with an entire set of the season to play. Whiting took a deflection on its way through from Verratti. Will be a Northcote corner. They are knocking on the door of an opening. Whiting took it short, Bagang returned it, Demazi blocked it. And now an opportunity on the break. McCaffrey was all on her own and just unable to be found. The ball a little bit too heavy. But they have been lightning quick on the counter so far. Been willing to spring the trap whenever it has opened. That's a tidy ball from Bagang. Best gave it away to Demazi. Now Verratti. Demazi. Steered it down the line for Ruby Daig, whose footwork was a bit loose. Whiting then went and won it. Miller Best. Cow. Wanted the return. Best went a bit too early, but it's a good idea. One appreciated from the touchline. Quick glance at the clock from Costa Frutas already. Friday's first installation on what has really got the opportunity to be a match day of magnitude, as Whiting had a yards and flashed it wide of the post. Hayek had to hurry, though would have had it covered. Verratti faintly on for McCaffrey, whose touch was a little too heavy. It's Miller Best. Tried to clip it into Cow's path. Just wasn't quite able to. But they are getting opening out on the flanks. Are Northcote. Costa Frutas happy for 1-0 to tuck in a bit more. Defensively. Right at the start of this game. That's a little loose from Lara El Hayek. Bagang went to steer it down the line, gave it away to Demazi. El Hayek, Verratti, who was pressed by Whiting, moved it out for Claudia Demazi, who's got room to go into. Bagang's in retreat, looked to go over the top and only found Daly, who was waiting willingly. Now Whiting. McCaffrey charged to good effect. Whiting now under pressure, happy to see it out. It's an evening of opportunity. They know with a win, 1-0, they'll be right in the picture, no matter who is victorious in that second kickoff. For Northcote, they know if they are to get themselves back into this game, if they are to cause an issue, they too can flip their seasonal fortunes. Demazi, as Cal left a leg in. Verratti took over. One have been patient this half so far. Verratti once more. Clips it through the legs of Cal. Whiting was in retreat. McCaffrey had no one centrally. And Bagang was happy to see it trickle out of play. It's a 1-0 side still missing a few familiar faces. All active out on the outdoor scene. It's Laurel Hayek. Went to flick it long. Whiting intervened. Best had options left and right. Bagang was the late run. And Dade got batting good time. After quite a fraught first 5 minutes, North could have settled a little bit more nicely. Best couldn't connect. Cow on the follow-in steered her effort wide. But there is that creation. They are causing an issue or two. 1-0 clean sheet. Just looks in a bit more jeopardy than it did earlier. That's a good fling from Daly. On for Bagang will have a go. And El Hayek had good sight. Was there to gather it calmly. McCaffrey couldn't steer it further forward. Bagang did well in retreat. Now Whiting, who steered it only away to Verratti. She got around best. Ruby Dake had a go and dragged her effort wide at the far post. Costa Fruits wanting his side to press and be relentless. There's a couple to encourage and converse with on the bench. It's a good read from Demazi. Threaded it for Ruby Dake. She's got options up with her. McCaffrey was one of them. Hewitt's in retreat. So back for Sophie McCaffrey. Out for Claudia Demazi. Now Verratti. Demazi wanted McCaffrey to come charging on the overlap, and she didn't oblige. Almost at the halfway point of this first half. And it's been a half of two halves, really, in a sense. 1-0 flew out of the blocks. They had 4 in 5 minutes. Northcote were at risk of being blown away, but have since recovered nicely, though Verratti is in behind. Demazi was up with her. Best did well to ward off. Set back for McCaffrey. Demazi away from Bagang, not beyond Daly, who was quickly out to close the angle. Verratti took a flick off Whiting out of play. Dake out for Smith. Now Verratti stood up best, rolled it on for Demazi. Verratti, Best intervened. Did so calmly. Waited for the shape to be refound. Bagang was a shorter option. Just a lot of Whiting going forward. El Hayek dropped it off for Demazi. Whiting was there to press. Good take from Verratti under pressure. Demazi charging, couldn't thread it further. Bagang, it took a flick from Hewitt on the way as well. Good challenge by Daig in retreat. Verratti. Smith won the 50-50. She's away from Hewitt, and he needed a touch from Daly. 1-0 corner, as they are looking for a fifth. Corner set for Demazi, who drove her effort quite the way over. Best on for Bagang. Tried to work it in the channel for Hewitt. Verratti was always best placed. That's an important run for 1-0 just at this point in time. That lost the heart a fortnight ago. Ensured they lost ground in their fight for third. But this, as part of the next two, they've got Aku next. And it creates a real opportunity for them to just go and get that ground back. If they were to pick up 6 points from a possible 6, even 4 puts them in good stead for the final phase of the first season, one which has given us many the storyline, quite the storyline, all the sub-narratives that have followed. As Verratti took a flick on its way from Bagang into Daly's palms. Demazi was waiting. Daly, that's a beauty of a ball for Miller Best, and a good save from El Hayek down low. Quickly on for Verratti. Now Daig and Demazi. Stood up Whiting. Hewitt lent a helping hand. Whiting got a foot in. Set back for Smith. On for Ruby Daig. Smith once more. Had Verratti, who was hugging the line. Smith slowed it right down. Demazi then dropped off. Whiting and Best swarmed on her. Whiting went and won it, and has now got options up on the break. Bagang was one. Daig did well dropping in. Smith then picked it up. That's a tidy ball for Verratti as well. She had Hewitt to go at. Patient from 1-0. Quite precise in their approach. Demazi. Verratti, lovely 1-2. Demazi, not around Hewitt nor Whiting, though she does win a corner. Corner for Verratti. Smith tried to thread it for Demazi. Whiting was alert to it. Hewitt again lent a helping hand and went and won it. And then just placed it a bit behind Best. Quite the start to Friday from Costa Frutas' side. They were emphatic early in this half if you've just joined us. And via a deflection, Demazi finds their fifth. Northcote's misfortune is 1-0 favourability. 5 before the half. Claudia Demazi showcasing some cutting edge. And where Northcote had responded well to a baptism of fire at the start of this fixture, they're undone by a bit of bad luck. Sometimes it's not going your way. On debut tonight for Mason Fitzgerald, you must feel as though he thinks that way sometimes with how this half has unfolded. Whiting on for Hewitt, Eliades in retreat. Hewitt's take. Whiting gave it a go. El Hayek had her palm stung and then picked it up. Fancied a look at testing Daly from distance and was unable to. As Mariella Bagang went with loft for Whiting. That's a luscious take. Set it on for Hewitt. Verratti was in there to ensure she left it behind. Set it back for Smith. Eliades. Sadie Smith once more. It's been a measured half. Bagang's in retreat. Daig was charging forward. Verratti, timely, sizing up Hewitt, fancied a way around. Minas did well to shut the door momentarily. It's moved on for Eliades. Verratti, now Smith. Tried to spear it for Eliades. It was a good ball too. Connection just wasn't quite as clean as she would have liked. Daly speared long. Whiting took it deftly. It's a lovely turn. Verratti blocked the first, the second. Northcote do get a corner though. Maybe an opportunity to land one back and blemish the 1-0 clean sheet. Whiting's takes that short for Hewitt. Lovely work with those two and a good save from El Hayek at her near post. Had to be alert and aware and got the angles right. That's much better from Northcote. Intricately worked between Whiting and Hewitt, who wasn't quite able to set it on for Bagang on that occasion. But that is more of what they will have to do if they are to try and not just chalk away a couple. They've still got some time to get back into this game. But for 1-0, they will be looking at this not only as an opportunity to get clear of the bottom of the table, but also to stretch their legs in pursuit of not only the top three, but of some goal difference improvement. Bagang speared it to the back post. Minas got there first, set it back for Whiting, who gave it a poke. Verratti was there to block. Hewitt unable to make it out for Minas on that occasion. McCaffrey moved it on for Verratti. Wanted the 1-2 with Eliades. Whiting was across to clear. Plenty of conversation on both benches. Demasi and Costa Frutzes having an in-depth chat on the 1-0 touchline. And on the Northcote bench, Mason Fitzgerald has been most animated in this half. Very much most. Not necessarily accredited, but articulate. Here is McCaffrey. Set it back for Eliades. Now on for Verratti, who was happy to switch for Smith. Sadie Smith with room to go into. Northcote were in retreat. They all stood off. McCaffrey. Verratti was central. Minas did well to read it. Bagang intervened tidily. Whiting was charging. Mariella Bagang on the overlap. Steers her effort wide. Though they are just getting a couple of looks. Smith. Eliades. Lovely tiptoe around Bagang, gave it a poke. Good save from Daly down low. Another 1-0 corner. Maybe the search for a sixth. McCaffrey gave it a hit. Daly with a safe pair of hands. And quickly set it on for Bagang. Hewitt was charging momentarily. Opened up the space for Cow, though McCaffrey read it. And couldn't get much further. McCaffrey set it back for El Hayek. Does she fancy a venture for the first time? She does. Laura El Hayek had a go. Minas was there to block. Hewitt cut out the second attempt. Bagang has got a vacant goal. Has got Hewitt streaming forward. Got away around Eliades. And steered it wide of the far post and of Hewitt, who was converging. Heads in Northcote hands. They know that was a real opening to go and grab one. In an opening half so far where they have been starved. Here's McCaffrey. Drop back for Eliades, who couldn't steer it beyond Hewitt. Al Hayek returned it for Eliades. Hewitt was quickly across and did well to go and win it back. Set it back for Bagang. She wanted the 1-2. Eliades then came flying through and cleared her lines. Bagang went to switch it for Cow, cut out by Smith. Take the only one further forward, couldn't steer it beyond Minas, and then went to go at the second attempt. McCaffrey, Eliades. This is tidy from 1-0. McCaffrey once more. Eliades. Hewitt creeping forward, as is the Northcote press. Cow now went to McCaffrey, who tried to go the long way round and couldn't. Bagang. Couldn't spear it for Hewitt. Eliades the only one there. Smith got away from Minas. Still trying to work a yard. Minas did well then to go and win it at the second attempt. Hewitt, who was all on her own, unable to spin out of trouble. Eliades on for McCaffrey. And Daig starts a little too heavy, and it finds its way out of play. And that is where they've been good in this half. They've been able to evade the Northcote press quite well. Have 1-0. They've kept the ball with a lot of care, with a lot of patience. Created their own room to play, really. Costa Frutas must be best pleased with how this is transpiring. There's Daly. Minas. Mariella Bagang. Hewitt. Good challenge from Eliades, who went charging forward. Hewitt wanted a free kick, which she won't get. Bagang now tussled and tangled and found its way out of play. Hewitt only turned into McCaffrey. Eliades there. Bagang then went and won it. Options left and right, one of whom was Cow. Hewitt's got an open net. Northcote have got one back. Brilliant move. It's a really quite lovely goal. Finished tidily by Louise Hewitt, where she could not miss. And having had a half where 1-0 have fired true for 5, Northcote have just given themselves a glimmer, have just given themselves something to smile about before the break. A move really well worked, and now they go on the press. Eliades gave it away to Whiting, who couldn't find Bagang. She then won it. Best is in behind, and Al Hayek makes quite an important save. Otherwise, they'd have been on for 2 in no time. Whiting picked McCaffrey's pocket, poked it through for Bagang. Al Hayek judged it well and went to go and claim it and flung it on for Smith. Demazi getting ready to be reinstated. Just as Northcote, for a side in pink, have hit a purple patch in this half. Daly wanted the return for Bagang. Whiting wasn't able to drop off in time. Into the final 2 of the first half in Darebin. The first 5, 1-0 hit 4. From then, these two have traded a goal each. But Costa Frutas' side, having flown out of the traps to kickstart Friday, have got themselves quite a firm lead and have played quite fine futsal throughout it. Northcote have hit good stead towards this half's closing stages, and they've got an opportunity to really chip another one away, maybe 2 before the break. If they can, the second half's complexion is different. Bagang made it awkward for Al Hayek, who saved. Ruby Daig then did well and couldn't quite make it out for Smith. Daly. On for Miller Best, out the other way for Whiting. Demazi was lurking. Smith then won it, and 1-0 could spring on the break. Daig was forward, Bagang in retreat did well and cleared only as far as McCaffrey. Claudia Demazi, who had a yard, he found everybody at the back post, bar Miller Best in tatters. She was streaming forward, who couldn't make it out for Cal. Into the final 60 seconds of the evening's opening installation. The first sixth of Friday we are about to be through. And it was adjudged to have taken a little Northcote flick on the way through. Costa Frutis doesn't know. Mason Fitzgerald is most bewildered. Not necessarily a wry, quite an expressive shake of the head from the gaffer. Smith couldn't steer it to the back post. Is there one late look in the half? Can 1-0 out of sixth? Can Northcote just chalk a second back? Demazi happy to let it trickle over the line and out of play. Hayek looked to spear for Smith. Bagang came across to good effect. Smith for Demazi, her touch heavy. Bagang then to clear. So back for McCaffrey. Is there a late first half look for 1-0? The clock might beat all comers. McCaffrey looking. Daig not away from Best. They won't have the opportunity to go further. But that being said, quite a half of futsal. 1-0 flew in the first 5 minutes, hitting 4 without reply. They were 5 up before Northcote chalked one back. They ended the first half a bit brightly. And maybe, just maybe, might be looking to chalk a couple more off on the other side of the break though. It's 1-0 5, Northcote 1. Returning for the second half here in Darabin of Friday's first instalment. The first half was quite captivating. The first 10 minutes truly belonged to Costa Frutzes and 1-0. They hit 5 in next to no time. They well and truly looked as though they were going to knock Northcote off of their haunches in immediacy. Though a little bit of a late rally, thanks to the tune of getting a goal back and the futsal improving from Mason Fitzgerald's side, have got them just a little bit of a glimmer. If they start this half brightly, then you never know. But McCaffrey is looking to change that with immediacy. Best closed her down, and she dragged her effort wide of the far post. But a lot to smile about for 1-0's boss in that first half. It's been a couple of weeks as Whiting got a flick. El Hayek tipped it wide. It will be a corner. Has been a couple of weeks where they've been left frustrated more than jubilant. At the moment, he'd be joyous, though they have a corner to defend. Whiting's take, Best was charging. Whiting then went to go and win it back. Hewitt couldn't fling a leg at it. Instead, Verratti went and steered it down the line for Claudia Damarzi, who couldn't get beyond Amy Whiting. She's happy to see it out of play. Quite the interesting turn of events, though, for Northcote, who, having ended the half brightly, only had the one goal to show for it. Though you do never know with how quickly the script can flip. 1-0 have seen this happen to themselves on a couple of occasions this season. They've led at the half and then let it slip by. That being said, they understand this is a crucial fortnight for their season. They take on Aku after this. 6 points from 6 would have them level. In fact, it would have them one up on the reigning champions in the table. That point they picked off Victoria Lions all that time ago now, seems forever ago, could come to be vital towards the season's conclusion. If they were to finish third, it would be quite the stride, quite the achievement. Daly went long again for Whiting. She took a tumble. Best on the follow-in. Drove her effort wide. It's been long by Ohio. That's a really good take from Verratti. Set it back from Damarzi. A very patient approach to this half. Similar to the one they adopted throughout a good bit of the first half as well. They've wanted to keep the ball and recycle well when available. Here is Cal. Damarzi was darting and then hurdled over Whiting, who made the challenge. Set it back for McCaffrey in the meantime. And now Verratti. Perhaps an opportunity for 1-0, one which Ruby Daig couldn't steer goalwards. But they are just knocking on the door of the second half's first strike. Whiting set it too far ahead of Hewitt. Daig dropping in did well. Demazi drilled it on for Verratti, who got around best. Hewitt stayed with her the whole way. Cow was there in retreat. It took a little clip. Daig kept it alive. And McCaffrey on the switch. Clipped it wide of the far post. Roll down the line for Cow. Demazi's ricochet. McCaffrey couldn't clear. Whiting was lurking. Verratti poked it into the channel. Ruby Daig timed her run well. Verratti, Demazi, and now Sophie McCaffrey. Steered it into Verratti's path, set it back on for McCaffrey, who just couldn't get beyond Whiting. Been a mainstay for this 1-0 side for quite some time. Has been Sophie McCaffrey, and still one of the league's brighter young stars. Demazi is charging, Hewitt's in retreats, and did really well just to bring a stop to Claudia Demazi's venture forward. So far in the second half, both teams undisturbed. There's Best. Had Cow on the switch. Daig did well, though it will find Cow anyway. McCaffrey in retreat. Whiting was also there. Now Best. Hewitt, good take, and set it off for Whiting, who clipped towards the back post. Demazi intervenes at the expense of a Northcote corner. Hewitt's corner. Whiting went to give it a go, and Demazi was there to block. Hewitt take two, Whiting take two, whipped it over the bar. A further 5 to the tally of concession this evening. Northcote the only team to concede a century of goals in the league this season. By far and away have found themselves the leakiest in terms of their defence. Next up is Carlton Hart, and then it is 1-0, who's 77 themselves. Has been answered with 47-4 if you include the 5 from the first half. It's a good flick on for Hewitt. McCaffrey intervenes, and to good effect. Now Demazi. Verratti. Intricate. Daly dived on it courageously and did well. Flung out for Cow. Now Best. Lost out to McCaffrey. Cow was in retreat. McCaffrey had 2 further forward. Daig was 1, but she couldn't keep it alive. This the first of a monstrous Friday of futsal. Hart Aku, the second installation, Fitzroy Victoria Lions to close out the show. That truly a test of title gaining mettle. You get the feeling, if it is to fall either side's way, they don't all but seal it though. It's a long road back for the other. They only get one more look beyond this point. That's given away, however, and Whiting's on the charge with Bagang, and the 1-2 was a fraction too far ahead. A little bit of anguish for Mason Fitzgerald, who just for a moment thought they had a look at a second. Northcote, though, have started brightly. Verratti set it back for Demazi. McCaffrey, who's too happy to calm things down. Bagang was there to block the ball into the channel. There's El Hayek. McCaffrey. Tried to thread it for Verratti. Hewitt got a foot in. Begang then forced it all the way back to Demasi, who is going charging. And Verratti on the overlap. The ricochet found McCaffrey, whose footwork was tidy. Demasi, Verratti. Gorgeous move, gorgeous goal. Delightfully finished by Demasi, who darted in at the near post and picked the far corner with aplomb. As deft as you like. Smooth. Beyond measure. A really, really well-worked 1-0 goal. Quick burst of pace from Demasi at the near post. Nobody went with her. And whenever she finds herself in that particular predicament, you almost always expect the net to ripple. As Eliades couldn't go beyond Hewitt. McCaffrey clipped it wide. Daly flung it long, again went direct for Whiting, whose faint flick found itself wide of the far post. The tactic utilised often. Northcote aren't afraid of going route one. That hyper-direct approach can become fruitful for Mason Fitzgerald's side. Whiting has played that target role well. Begang with pace, too much of it for Minas. It's Laurel Hayek. Demasi. Cut out by Begang. Demasi darted in brilliantly and then got a shot away, which was just wide of the far post. Almost another delightful drive from Demasi. McCaffrey set it on for Eliades. He couldn't go beyond Minas. Begang then took over, evaded well, won a free kick. And all on the Northcote bench wanted the advantage. Mason Fitzgerald couldn't quite believe it. He was most displeased that it got drawn back. Had they let it play, they were 3-on-1. There's Whiting now. Demasi stood firm. Whiting tried to whip it for Begang. McCaffrey left it for Eliades, who took over and ran out of room. Best went searching down the line. Eliades got a foot in. Whiting was lurking. Begang, Whiting. Again, whacked it just a little bit too far over the bar. Haven't been as on target or as efficient as maybe they would like with the opportunities that they've created this evening. Northcote, as Verratti couldn't steer it for McCaffrey. And now Whiting, who's got two up with her, one of whom was best. And McCaffrey just gave a bit of a shove. Northcote have a free kick. If you could pick up on that, a tick under 14 to go. Whiting's free kick, two in the wall, gave it a good hit, palmed away by El Hayek. And Begang's follow-up is blazed wide. One-nil have just withstood. That's a beauty of a ball for Verratti to pick out McCaffrey, and a good save from Daly. McCaffrey's take, Eliades. Cal got a ricochet, which benefited Bagang. She tried to switch it for Minas and was unable to do so. This game one, which, despite having been more in it, has gotten away from Northcote. Al Hayek encouraged to shoot. Daly's got a vacant goal, and Demazi with a terrific denial on the line. Maybe at some personal cost. Al Hayek ventured, Daly gave it a go, and for a moment thought as though she'd gone over all of them. Barre launching Demazi to deny her. And now here is McCaffrey. Was waiting on Verratti. McCaffrey tried to catch Daly out, wasn't able to. Best on for Bagang. Patient and allowed Miller Best to get forward. Bagang. She'll give it a go from range and wasn't too far away. Now Hayek wasn't too short and just had to be that little bit more alert. It's Verratti and steered it back for Demazi, who was given many a yard. Minas then came to close her down. McCaffrey steered it all the way back for Eliades. Demazi, good challenge from Minas. Best, Bagang. And now Minas. On for Mariella Bagang. Daly. Bagang. Patient from Northcote. Bagang steered down. That's a beauty of a ball. Cal got the clip. Al Hayek intervened. Demazi was diligent and won a free kick. And for these two, the next time they face one another will be on the penultimate match day. In fact, for 1-0, it is quite the end of the season for them. Penultimate day, late kickoff, early kickoff on the final day. Northcote and Aku, two results which, if it stays this way and they stay in the hunt, could be a pivotal fortnight for their top three chances. Because at this point in time, they go 2 from Aku, who are up next against Hart. That a really, really big potential turning point in the race for the top 3. They are doing their bit at this point in time. McCaffrey will give it a go. And Daly will be there to gather without much fuss. And move it on for Best, though McCaffrey intervened. Had Minas in retreat, whose challenge was firm and fair. She clipped it on for Cow, who switched for Miller Best. She, in turn, happy to slow it down. Bagang. On for Cow. Minas. Cow. Patient from Northcote. Poke at the near post. Doesn't catch out Al Hayek. And for Northcote, that game against 1-0, the penultimate match day, if it is to stay tight towards the foot of the table, might be the crucial one for them, though. McCaffrey's motoring in the meantime. Demazi intervenes. Minas couldn't prevent the corner. McCaffrey's take out for Verratti. Oh, brilliant! Drilled from Verratti. With viciousness, with venom. And that for 1-0 is a splendid 7th. How they have missed her. Both her and Demazi absent for some time, back into the fold this evening, and truly back centre stage, centrepiece. For a 1-0 side who are charging towards 3 points at a rate of knots. McCaffrey away from 2. Verratti waited on Demazi, and Daly poured it away. Cal couldn't keep it alive. Mason Fitzgerald wants time out. Near the second half's midway point. Northcote boss fancies a word. McCaffrey's take, Eliades gave it a go. It'll be flown wide, and now he will get that timeout with immediacy. Daly almost about to go, warded away from it. As we go to the break, it's Northcote 1, 1-0-7. Returning from timeouts, Mason Fitzgerald issue it. His Northcote side have conceded 2 without reply since half-time. Minas was waiting to charge. Verratti clipped it on for McCaffrey, who got away from Bagang. McCaffrey was just sauntering her way through, and it needed intervention. 1-0 have a corner. Dimarzi returned it for McCaffrey. Those two working in tandem well. Set back for Eliades. Cut out by Hewitt. Minas then got a second go at it. Verratti kept it. Hewitt hustled her. She set it back for Eliades. Now on for Dimarzi. Eliades. Verratti. Dimarzi clipped into the channel. Hewitt will see it out of play. Here is Daly. For Northcote, it's about what they can salvage now from the evening, what they can go and get from the time that remains. But for 1-0, this is an opportunity now to stretch their legs, and McCaffrey was wanting to do the first extension of that, gets a second look at it, and Bagang is there to block this time. Did have Verratti as an option. McCaffrey's corner, on for Verratti. Now Eliades. Hewitt went to charge. Whiting one in ahead of Dimarzi. Eliades on the ricochet, happy to see it out of play. And then quickly to go for Verratti. McCaffrey was charging, Minas read it well. And Daly was able to go and grab it. And move it on for Whiting, who was wrestled with Dimarzi. Mason Fitzgerald wants a penalty, but will have to settle for a corner instead. Whiting with depth. Minas met it cleanly. Hewitt was lurking. Dimarzi intervenes and wore one. And now Eliades, McCaffrey. Verratti still couldn't work an angle. Hewitt was there to also close the door. Now Dimarzi. Verratti. Set back for Eliades. Sophie McCaffrey. Calm, patient from 1-0. Dimarzi. Almost metronomic in the way they're moving it around at the moment. Verratti. McCaffrey. Eliada's just dropped off to lend a helping hand. That's where McCaffrey goes. Demazi now also in retreat. Bagang was there to meet her. Demazi did well to go and win it. McCaffrey not beyond Hewitt, who picked her pocket. And then at the second time, lost out. Verratti in retreat. Demazi, and now McCaffrey, who was the spare, rolled it on for Eliades, whose touch took her out of play. Though that was a rather nice move. Very patient in their build-up, unable to execute. McCaffrey's just a bit too eager to go and get that from Daly. Here is Bagang. Aku and Hart to follow. All important game in the tussle for the top three between those two teams. Aku hold it, Hart are chasing it. They'll have to understand that 1-0 have momentarily usurped them in the table and gone back into the top four. There are only two from the reigning champions, of whom are up next. Costa Frutzes might now be wondering if Reece Teresi can do him a favour in the game to come, as Daly's taken too long. And now 1-0 get a good opportunity, a really good opportunity. To inflict a bit more damage. Demazi, Verratti over it, 3 in the Northcote wall. It is Verratti, Whiting charge, Demazi on the setback, had her effort blocked. But what a state to the ladder it would make. If Hart were to beat Aku, 3rd through 5th would be separated by merely 2 points in the table. It would be getting rather close down the bottom. Al Hayek went on a venture. Daly fancy to go. Demazi's in retreat in case heroics are needed again, though they weren't on that occasion. Hayek wanted McCaffrey, read well by Minas. Daig dropped in well. Sophie McCaffrey, not yet beyond best. Set it back for Eliades. Demazi, who was waiting on McCaffrey. Clever run and a clever ball. Best in retreat. McCaffrey set it back for Demazi. Now Eliades once more. Hewitt with a good challenge in, just as Daig was wanting to turn. Alice Cow getting prepped for reintroduction on the Northcote touchline. Menas got a good challenge in. The question you have to ask for Northcote, where do they go from here? We were lucky enough to have a chat with Isho Haskell in the week. And he was aware of the learning curve this season has been. They've had a lot of positives. For them, it will be about picking up as many points as possible and ensuring they end strongly. Whiting gave that a go and grazed the outside of the post. Was almost a wonder goal from nowhere. Ajax fling on. Demazi drilled it for McCaffrey. Wasn't able to make it up for Daig once more. Best was in the way. Carlton are now also getting themselves ready for what awaits next. For a side who went 6 without a win to start the campaign, they now find themselves in a great opportunity to go and pinch a top 3 finish. One of their competitors right now are charging with Demazi, who moved it on to Daig. A touch took a little bit wide. Whiting was then there to make the challenge. Hewitt lent a helping hand, and Northcote are able to see it out. Oh, this is a 1-0 side, who this evening in particular have been a bit relentless. Demazi spun away from Whiting, set it back for McCaffrey. And now Claudia Demazi once more. Was waiting on the run of Eliades. Cal was alert to it. Whiting couldn't get it under. McCaffrey, Demazi. And again, they are patient and again are able to evade the press. But no further than Louise Hewitt. It's the start of the final stretch of the season. Final stretch of season 1 in 2026. After this, we'll have 7 to the close of what has been quite an enthralling season so far. Still have so much to play for in this division. Everything from the podium right to the pinnacle is to be decided. And for whoever finishes on the foot of the league this season, they will have felt as though they've done so against quite a competition. As McCaffrey, Day cannot be on Whiting. Hewitt was unable to go and win it the first time, though the second time in retreat, Hewitt did quite well. Final 5 and a bit to the close. Having flown out of the traps, it's been 1-0's night from the off. Northcote had glimmers. They have had glimpses, but have not had anything too tangible beyond that. Though if they are to end the second half in the same vein they ended the first, there surely can be something to smile about for Mason Fitzgerald and co. Maybe not the managerial debut he was hoping for in the top flight. Whiting on for Bagang. Can they at least go and grab another? Demazi picked it off. Now McCaffrey. Claudia Demazi, not away from Best. McCaffrey, not away from Cow. Eliades encouraged to shoot, did so. Didn't quite catch it cleanly. Best. Pressed by Daig, on for Bagang, now Whiting. His return wasn't tidy enough, McCaffrey won in. Eliades had Demazi there to sort it out, though Cal was relentless and almost picked a pocket. Poked it back for Daly, who only just prevented the corner. Cal on once more. Bagang, tidy from Northcote. Worked down the line for Whiting. Got a tidy return. Cal's touch a little loose, and it finds its way out of play. Gorgeous turn from Daig, who fancies the drive herself. Daly firmly behind it. Quickly on for Miller Best. Bagang away from McCaffrey. Cow didn't catch it cleanly. And Lara El Hayek fancies a go of her own. And Daly is undeterred in going to grab it. Good read from Demazi though on the fling, who will go all by herself. Claudia Demazi had 2 waiting, had 2 lurking. Cow wasn't rushed to clear it. Instead, kept head cool for Whiting, who was there to clear. We mentioned 1-0 have got Aku. Northcote have got Fitzroy next in the early kickoff. Beyond that, they face Aku. For 1-0, it's Vic Lions. Costa Frutas fancies a timeout. Inside the final 5 minutes. Goodness knows what he could be pondering to have a word about, but he'll get that timeout at the first time of asking. Costa Frutas fancies a word as we head to timeout. It's Northcote 1, 1-0 7. Returning from timeout, Costa Frutzes fancied a word. His side have been nothing short of superb this evening from start to finish. They flew out of the blocks, 4 up in 5 minutes. And since then, have never really looked back. It's been an uncharacteristically crushing victory. 4-1-0 this season, in a season in and of itself for them that's toed and froed. They now find themselves firmly in the podium picture, wanting maybe to cause one last upset. First trophy in the club's history at the back end of last year on the women's side in form of the Fos Cup. It hasn't been the season which has followed, though there still could be the outcome of tangible growth. And if this is what is going to follow, and what could be expected ahead come season 2, they once more could find themselves hoping of progression. Demazi lost out on that occasion. Daig fancied a go and whipped it in to the waiting arms of Daly, who was quickly on for Bagang, and she couldn't make it out for Whiting. And for Northcote, now they must look, cut a little bit adrift at the bottom of the table. They must look at how they can finish the season on a high, as strongly as possible, with as many points as possible, to pick the positives from a campaign that could be described as the growing pains season. Though Cow has picked McCaffrey's pocket, Bagang is on, Whiting was central, Eliades denied not once but twice. Bagang's take, Miller best gave it a go. McCaffrey came charging across to close the angle. Flung on by Ohayek. Daig's touch will work for Eliades. Now McCaffrey. Well, one side will go charging on, and Demazi was on her own out the back. And Daly was there to deny. She got a very faint flick on it. Oh, there is Best, who couldn't steer it down the line for Cow. For what has been the growing pains campaign for Northcote. It's a side who, when we had a chat to Isho Haskell in the week, said that there was a side of long-term progression, a long-term project of growth. It's hard to remember this is only chapter 1 of that. The very first edition, as Demazi gave it a drive and drove it just wide. Inside the final 90 seconds of the evening's opening chapter, for a round which looks as though it could take us to a different realm with the fixtures it has coming. 15th of May, quite the Friday. And it will prove to be a seismic shift in the landscape of this league. The first one of which is that Northcote are being cut adrift at the foot of the table. The first time this season that they themselves have inherited that page. For 1-0, it's been a story of resurgence in recent weeks. One of recalibration, of reimagination, and now reinvigoration for Costa Frutzes and co. 2 from the top 3 at the end of this evening, as Demazi inadvertently was collateral damage to the momentum of Mariella Bagang. And just the grimace from both managers. And Demazi, who has stayed down, seems to be all right, though. Gets a hand up from Costa Frutzes and from Lara Al-Hayek. And it looks as though Demazi's evening may be done. Verratti will have to come back on. She'll be hoping it was just a knock, nothing serious. Demazi makes her way off a little bit gingerly, though unassisted. Here is Verratti. On for Eliades. Steered it on for Dake. What was out of play? Bagang. Steered it in for Whiting. One for the road for Northcote. Maybe there is. Amy Whiting on the turn, on the finish, and they will at least grab a double for the evening. Smartly taken. Sharply finished. Inside the final minute, Northcote might have had the final say. Or will it be McCaffrey's turn? She's drawn her effort wide. They will go direct for Whiting. Hewitt will look to try and go at a second attempt. Daly went so long she found her opposite number. Al Hayek will return serve. That will find its way out of play though. If you are Costa Fruitsis, you must be most delighted with how the early kickoff has unfolded for his side. A little bit without result for 1-0 though. They will capitalise at the start of the most crucial time in the season. Final 6 seconds of what has been a dominant and rather destructive performance. 4 in 5 minutes set the tone right at the very start. Since then, they had not looked back. 2 from the reigning champions, it'll be for Costa Fruitsis and 1-0. Though for Northcote, they will be cut adrift at the foot of the Series Futsal table. Full time in Darabin's early kickoff. It's Northcote 2, 1-0 7. Second chapter of the night for both of these teams. It is the start of a 7-game sequence beyond the evening, which will be of massive, massive importance. The leaders in the race for a top 3 finish this season, both of these two, Aku hold it thanks to an upturn in form and fortunes for the reigning champions. Out on their own finally, and with a chance to turn a bit of breathing room into a more steady top 3 place. Carlton Hearts, on the other hand, have been building towards this since season start. Though momentarily coming from nowhere, they are from 6 without a win to being within 3 points of a top 3 finish this season, to holding that place for their own. It's been a remarkable turnaround for Reece Interice's side in the first half of the year, though they will need to be poignant and seize the opportunity when it presents itself, which it will do tonight though. Jessau is charging and Emma Olsen saving, and Aku have got an early corner. These two are heading the chase, hoping that this night is the one that sparks them and it sets them upon the podium come the end of next month. Quite a lot on the line this evening in and of itself. They get one more look at one another before seasons end in the time that follows. And for QEMU's side, it's very, very much a look to the Melbourne Aku of old, a spine of a trio of title-winning teams. Well and truly back available for him this evening, as they look to just strengthen their grip on a top 3 finish in season 1 for 2026. It has really not been the season that they would have had in mind, not necessarily the season they would have wanted. They would want the 2-horse race at the top to be a 3-horse race and have themselves firmly involved. Whoa, with that being said, they've started to showcase a lot of growth and a lot of signs. Despite this, though, it's been a season of real growing pains for a team in Evergreen. They look, though, to be coming out of that winter and going into more of a vibrant spring in terms of their development. Similar could be said for Reece Interice's side. He's had a lot of youth come through this season. He's built this side slowly over weeks. Two teams whose roads here have looked entirely different. They've taken 2 different highways and met at the same crossroad, and that is where we find ourselves this evening. And Aku again are on the charge early. Shimizu had Yamashita as well further forwards and just wasn't able to find her. The ball a fraction too heavy. Quite a lot of recognisable title-winning names in the side. Danielle Bradley returned in between the sticks. We mentioned Yamashita. Jessau's been available the last few weeks, as has Sophie Williams. You look further back, Sienna Fogarty as well, included in the mix for QEMU & Co. And Shimizu's in behind. Piers Barlow is blocking. Aku have another corner. Another good intervention for Anna Piers Barlow. Aku trying to cause an early issue. Corner again set for Jessau, who had Bowen to go around. Steered it on for Yamashita. Now Shimizu. It's a good challenge from Racinos, and now Bowen can break all on her own. Racinos went to lend a helping hand. Hart almost went back to front. Bradley came bolting through and was there via a ricochet to find touch. Rolled on for Williams, who had options up with it. Yamashita was one, could read from Piers Barlow. She in turn unable to break away. Sophie Williams in retreat, allowed to rekindle without much of a fuss, and allowed to take the yards afforded to her. One which stung the palms of Olsen, who then was there to go on and gather it. Bowen unable to steer it into the path of Piers Barlow. What a way for both of these teams to meet each other tonight. Who would have thought the first time, and even the second time this season, that they came together, we would have an outing quite like this. Williams almost in behind, Olsen there to put the challenge in. If you've just joined us, the early kickoff saw the managerial debut for Mason Fitzgerald in Northcote colours. Not only my co-commentator, also a manager. He'll be joining us a bit later on in the evening. It wasn't quite his night on debut, though. First steps in a wider journey for him. For Costa Frutas & Co., they now are 2 points from either of these two. In fact, they're 1 above Hart, 2 from Aku. Piers Barlow is motoring, and Piers Barlow wins a corner. A free-flowing, open, to and fro start. Carlton's first corner. Bowen's take. Shimizu nodding to safety. Racinos. Out the other way for Joffa, who steered it down the line. Bowen will make it work. Got ahead of Al. Only clipped it into the path of Williams. Shimizu, who had yardage and returned it for Williams. She worked a yard for herself. Good save Olsen at the near post. Another Aku corner. A string of set pieces for the reigning champions early. Set back for Yamashita. Moved on for Al. She fancied a hit. Racinos wore it, blocked it. On for Piers Barlow, who was unable to clip it clear. Yamashita cut it out, gave it a poke, and also made another fine stop. Another Aku corner. They have made a very, very bright start. I have Kuimu's side. Al moved it on for Yamashita. Set back for Shimizu. And then left it behind for Al. Bowen is now through, all on her own, and Bradley made a big denial. First real look for Bowen this evening. She broke free, having picked Aku pockets, and was denied by the Kiwi shot stopper. Al rolled it into Shimizu, who couldn't set it on for Yamashita. What a look for Carlton Heart that was at the other end, though. A golden opportunity, which they couldn't convert. Williams poked it back for Al, moved it on for Yamashita. Shimizu. Jessica Al once more. Patient from Aku. That's a gorgeous ball from Shimizu. Al worked to yards, couldn't quite pull the trigger. Racinos did enough. Joffa then waited for Piers Barlow, who is charging. And Piers Barlow's advance forward was slowed up by a good Shimizu challenge. Change for the evening made from QEMU. Sienna Fogarty. First one brought on for Melbourne. Aku now going out the other way is Williams. Fancied a drive of her own. Olsen was all the way behind it and got good sight. And then went quickly for Piers Barlow. Williams read it, though wasn't able to keep it. Racinos. Joffa, unable to steer it further than out. Fogarty just dropped off. Jess out patient. Bowen happy to retreat. Fogarty. Williams, who only just got away from Piers Barlow. Set it back for Fogarty. Flicked it on for Shimizu tidily. Now out. Who rolled it on for Fogarty, who made a very clever run and only poked her effort into the side netting of the near post. What an opening 5 minutes. Deadlock unbroken in Darebin. Both teams have knocked on the door aplenty. Piers Barlow, Bowen. Fogarty just there to ward off. That's brilliantly done by Lucinda Bowen. Clipped on by Racinos with too much depth for anybody. Looking at two teams, two very contrasting styles, two very contrasting fortunes in this season, in this calendar year so far. Both meet within a matter of points of each other. And if it were Hearts to go on and win this game this evening, that would make the top three look quite tasty. Though Shimizu is driving. The first saved by Olsen! The second smashed in. Aku hits the front. And at the moment, just pull a bit further clear in the top three picture. See it in. With pace, with power, and too much precision at the second time of asking. And Aku, who have made a bright start, have got themselves a precious, precious lead. Hearts have got a bit to do. And again, they look to charge forward the QEMU side and win themselves another corner. to be taken with haste. Setback for Sophie Williams, who will give it a go and lash it just wide. And as she does so, almost simultaneously, I'm joined on the broadcast this evening by Mason Fitzgerald. You've had quite the night so far, Mason. Good evening to you. How are you feeling at this point in time?
Oh, good evening, Ethan. You know, I'm feeling alright. I'm feeling happy with the opportunity I was given and looking to make the most out of more opportunities in the future. But just focus on the game we have in hand ahead of us. Both teams on quite decent form. Melbourne Accu have shown glimpses of their championship quality. And Carlton Heart, you know, almost from beyond the grave, have been reborn and are beating once again.
This almost really the full of that title-winning trio ensemble available for QEMU, although Piers Barlow now has got an opportunity on the break. 2 up with her. Piers Barlow went through the legs of out. She had Bowen waiting, she had MacArthur waiting as well, and now Alahiari's going the other way and was bundled into. Quite a forceful fall, and for it Anna Piers Barlow will get herself a yellow card. QEMU and Jo Akon want a different colour, though they will not get it.
One of those cases, Ethan, where she did eventually get the ball, but from our angle it did look like she nicked the man on the way through.
So a forceful challenge. An Accu free kick. They've already gone 1 up and now have a really good look at going 2 up in quick succession. Owls over it, set it for Fogarty. Olsen was unsure and spilled for a set piece.
A bit of a sneak play there by Melbourne Accu. I'm sure everyone in the building was convinced Jess Al would have smacked that one.
Corner set 4 out. She gave it a poke this time. Bowen got a ricochet. Another Accu corner. They have had quite the string of them to start this game. Alahiari's take. Al on for Williams. Who clipped it on for Fogarty. Piers Barlow prevented the corner, though gave up the side ball. A real opportunity to reshuffle the pack for QEMU. Now they've got a lead. They've just been playing some very bright futsal at the start of this game. Formica Borton as out. Went around MacArthur. Got it back from Formica. Just waiting on the options. Formica was one of them. MacArthur got a flick on it. Alahiari got there ahead of Bowen. Set it back for Bradley. MacArthur. And now out. Fogarty. Piers Barlow just kept the door closed for the time being. Alahiari, whose turn was sharp. Olsen saw it out of play. Hearts have just got to try and calm down. A Melbourne Accu side moving with momentum at the moment and are on the break again. Alahiari waited it wonderfully for Al, who wasn't able to keep it alive. Real rarity. Loose touch from the Australian international. And was so on that occasion. Here's MacArthur. Went back for Bowen. Had too much on it for Piers Barlow. Neither side issuing a timeout just yet. There's Fogarty on for Al. Olsen had to be sprawled and got a boot on it. Nobody on running in Evergreen. And again, Hearts have to clear. He's rolled on for Fogarty. Alahiari. Good take from Jessica Al. Sharp turn and required a save from Olsen.
You just get that feeling, Ethan, that if this game does end close and there is a difference maker, that the Australian international futsal player Jess Al will be that difference maker.
Another Accu corner, which have come in plentiful supply in this half. Set back for Formica. Chaotic fire, took a flick off Fogarty and wide. Rolled on for Bowen. Now Piers Barlow, who is on an early booking That's a very, very well-measured ball for MacArthur. Joffa lost out. Jessau can charge. Fogarty's up with her. Aku open heart up. And lack the surgical precision to add a second. First changes for a bit that Reece Interisi has run. Lucinda Bowen comes for a breather. Racinos reinstated. Bowen had a big chance at 0-0. Good save from Danielle Bradley. The Kiwi denied her and kept parity moments later. Shimizu has scored the game's only goal so far at the second attempt. It's a good touch from Al, who had two to get away from, one of whom was MacArthur, who she clipped it off and won a corner. A fraction more reserved looking Reece Interisi tonight. Hoping his heart side can get back into the game. Kiwi Mew most animated. Joe Akon more nonchalant as always. Corner taken for Fogarty, who didn't catch it as cleanly as she would have wanted. Just had Olsen worried for a bit of a moment. But for Carlton Heart, Mason, what a turnaround it's been for them this season. They started the season with 6 straight defeats, weren't able to get a point, and now at the moment, despite being a goal down, are only 3 points from the top 3 this season. It's been quite something of a turnaround for Reece Interisi's side, hasn't it?
Yeah, it sure has. He's stuck to his guns with some serious investments within the youth and getting some proper talents, one of such being Lucinda Bowen from Futsal's Brunswick youth program there. And he's just stuck to his plan. He's known what he's wanted to do from the start, and it's finally coming to fruition. It's great to see a driven coach. It's his plan coming through, and now they're a side that are really looking towards that top 3, something that seemed so unattainable earlier on in the season.
Olsen just had to go and gather it. Tried to fling it on for Bowen. Yamashita got up. Here's Barlow, recycled it. Now Racinos wasn't able to move it into the channel near the halfway stage of this first half. So far for Kiwi Mew, Joe Akon and Melbourne Aku, it is going to plan. They are, in and of itself, going to get some breathing room in terms of the top 3. They're going to be 5 ahead of 1-0. They'd be 6 clear of Carlton Heart if it stayed this way. Hasn't always looked this rosy for the reigning champions this season, though there is a real suspicion that they are hitting form at the right time. Well, here is Williams. Yamashita. Set it on for Williams. Shimizu. Magro wanted the return, wasn't quite able to make it out. It almost feels as though the precursor for the evening's main event. As Yamashita is charging, Olsen is saving. We've got to close out the penultimate edition of a title race for the ages. Our top 2 going toe to toe with one another once more. That'll close out the evening. This really, quite honestly, Mason, a delightful little appetizer for it.
Yeah, it sure is. We saw 5th versus 6th earlier on. Now it's 4th versus 3rd. And we're ending it with 1st versus 2nd. We've got consistency and season after season getting so close in Fitzroy. And then there's the newcomers, the strong, the emphatic Victoria Lions. It's just amazing to see how powerful of a title race we have ahead of us this season. And today, for Victoria Lions, is a must win. 2 points behind now. If Fitzroy were to win, it would be a 5-point gap with only 1 meeting between the 2 remaining. They would take the league completely out of their own hands and leave it up to the rest of the competition to take points off the leaders. It's just the importance of this game is unquantifiable for Noomslangen's side.
Dictionary definition of a 6-pointer, both this one and the one to come after it. For Carlton Hearts at the moment, though, they've got a little bit to do. Aku have showcased something a bit more vintage so far this evening. What we've seen a lot of the last 2 calendar years, you take it back to the final season at Thomastown, the first 2 here in Darebin. They have been the only team to win a Series Futsal title on this court. 1-0 have got the cup competition, but in the league, Aku were the queens of the land. That is going to change, though, this season. Piers Barlow, though, couldn't set it back for Racinos. Shimizu got in the way. Yamashita beat Bowen to it. Now Williams. Piers Barlow bustling back, and now Bowen can break, and Hearts have got 2-on-1. Joffa was up with her, Bradley sorted it out, and now an opportunity the other way. Shimizu away from Piers Barlow and blocked by Racinos, who did brilliantly to prevent the corner.
How great is it to see Bianca Racinos back after her arm injury? She suffered an outdoor, and now you can really see Reese and Trissy's letting her really maintain that back and giving Piers Barlow a bit more freedom on the flanks and even up top at moments.
And here is Shimizu once more. That's a good save from Olsen, and Racinos right place, right time again. And here is Piers Barlow, who couldn't go beyond Yamashita. Racinos. That's a lovely ball. Oh. Brilliant turn from Bowen, and a good save from Bradley again, who was quickly out to close the angle. That is 2 top denials she's had on Lucinda Bowen already.
Bowen could be on a hat-trick by now, but the shot stop has just been so good in her game tonight. Has communicated with the team excellently, and Melbourne Aku's defense has been unpenetrable so far.
A member of Kiwi Muse Kiwi contingent, and such an important one at that. Here is Jessica out. He wanted to thread it for Williams, who was lurking at the back stick. Olsen was there to claim it and quickly flung it on for Piers Barlow. That's a beauty of a take. The flick had a bit too much on it, though. That being said, Heart have just found a rhythm. Found a reminder for the reigning champions that they are, in fact, well and truly in this game. Williams on for Shimizu, wanted the return. Racinos cut it out. No one's fancied a timeout yet. No one dare break the rhythm. It's a first half of flow. And here is Yamashita. On for Williams. And ow, gorgeous turn and a good save from Olsen.
That was a lovely turn there by Jessau. Emma Olsen with a cat-like reflexes to stop the low-driven shot, and both teams could have significantly more goals than they do if it wasn't for what a ball by Jessau there, but 2 incredible keeping performances thus far.
That's brilliant from out. Split Heart wide open. Here she is again. Al wanting to tiptoe. Joffa picked her pocket. Bowen's up with her, and it just had too much on it before it found its way into the path of Lucinda Bowen. And here is Sophie Williams. On for out. Williams made a darting run. Instead chose the patient option through Yamashita. Williams. Piers Barlow just there to pick it off. And this time, Olsen unbothered by the clip. And from where Reese Interisi was a bit subdued for the first 10 minutes of this game, he's well and truly back to his articulate best on the Carlton Heart touchline. His side have grown into this half as it's gone on. Joffa with a good turn away from out. And a tidy layoff for Racinos, and it was just behind Bowen at the back post, who was lurking.
Another glimpse for Carlson. They need to take one of these chances before Melbourne Aku double their lead. Both sides are at their absolute best so far this season, and they're just, the game's at a knife's edge.
Shimizu, Fogarty couldn't find the feet for the return. It wasn't without invention, it wasn't without want. At the moment, Emma Olsen's just not best pleased. She went long for Bowen, who took it down well. Tidy layoff for Piers Barlow. Shimizu wanted to pick her pocket, and then out came for company. Piers Barlow nearly got away. Our recycled through Fogarty. Karma from Aku. That's a brilliant run from Williams, and well found. The return for Au only found Piers Barlow, however, who laid it off for Lara Joffa, and she was happy to clear her lines. As Al starts the next wave. Williams. Lovely ball for Fogarty, who flicked it back for Shimizu, who got around Rosinos! That's a brilliant save from Olsen at the near post.
Another one by Emma Olsen. That might be the best so far.
Corner taken, set back for Al. Shimizu. Fogarty was intended for it. Piers Barlow picked it off. And Shimizu got a challenge in while in retreat. Round 5.5 to half time here in Darabin. Carlton Hart have got a little bit to do, though not too much. Only one down. Defensively have been defiant thus far. A couple of terrific saves from Emma Olsen included in that set. Kiwimu, Joe Akorn will be happy with the flow, with the possession, with the pace that their Aku side have played with so far. Though we'll be searching for that second as insurance before half-time. That's given away to Piers Barlow. Now Bowen, lovely layoff, Rosinos in behind. Bradley makes a good save.
It's really a game of two keepers so far, Ethan. Both of which have kept their sides deficit or lead at a little.
And here is Al on the counter. Alayari up with her. Rosinos was one out and it's steered wide. Golden chance for Aku to go and grab a second. Olsen wanted Piers Barlow post haste. And while trying to flick over Williams, she couldn't keep it in. What a look that was though on the break.
A little bit surprised Jess Al didn't take that one on her own. She has a strike on her. And I would have expected a little toe poke blasted in there, but Emma Olsen covered her angles and the shot was driven wide.
And here is out on for Fogarty. She went and got the return. Now Williams. Fogarty was lurking. Bowen picked it off and Bowen kept it alive. And Carlton can counter. Lucinda Bowen in behind. Good save from Bradley again, who's come out. That's 3 denials now. The shot stopper has had on the starlet. Bowen's take. Rosinos! That's a top save. And Reese Interisi wants timeout. The slip was picked up. The slip was posted. Post haste. Hearts a goal behind, but Hearts the ones hunting. When we return, they'll have a corner. It's Hart 0, Aku 1. So returning from timeout, Heart a goal down. They have a corner set for Piers Barlow, blocked by Al, and Al's now on the counter. Williams up with her. Aku have a chance, and Racinos is there to block. That is how quickly it can flip. Alachiari's take, back for out. Fogarty, Jessica out. Who speared it on for Fogarty brilliantly. Joffa was in retreat. Fogarty worked to yards. Bowen went to shut the door. She couldn't find space. Al can have a go. Racinos didn't know where it was. Oh, that's brilliant! What a save that is from Emma Olsen. Out of this world. Just how good is that? Terrific denial. Flung herself back across fantastically and steered it to safety superbly. Sophie Williams denied a surefire finish by a piece of brilliance. Here is Fogarty. And Racinos hustled her well. Bowen gave chase, and it was happily seen out of play. Bradley went direct. Fogarty and Piers Barlow, as well as Racinos, all got in a bit of a muddle, and nobody got a touch. Flung long for Bowen. Joffa, oh, gorgeous return. Bowen made the run well. Williams was there to intervene, and now Jessica out, who kept her cool under a lot of pressure. Fogarty wanted the return. Al will poke it on for Williams, who will get there ahead of Racinos and willingly win it back. Al. Fogarty. Alagiari. Williams. Jessica Al steered it over. Would have been a wonderful goal and a wonderful move. Flung on by Olsen, nodded away by Alachiari. Only a Shimizu goal the difference. It has Aku. Tooth and nail ahead against Carlton Heart. And here is Formika. Down the line for Alachiari. It's good from Bowen. They've been there, just in enough time to stop Aku at the source. Joffa's flick on, just had too much on it for MacArthur. Piers Barlow with good effect. Formika's touch heavy, finds its way out of play. 3 to the break in Darabin for what has been an entrancing first half of futsal. Aku 1 up. Both teams have had their opportunities. Olsen and Bradley have played their part quite prolifically. Who will see it out stronger? Who will go about changing the fortune before the break? Fogarty on for out. Lovely footwork to get away from Joffa. Drew Piers Barlow. Set it for Fogarty to have a go. Bowen blocked. Olsen gathered, and Fogarty got up ahead of Piers Barlow. Bowen kept it alive. Formika went to press. Had too much on it for MacArthur. Here is Fogarty once more. Encouraged to drive by out. Now Alachiari. Formika. Alachiari dragged it. Can Hearts go and grab something late in the first half? Speared by Olsen. Good take from Joffa. Good challenge from Fogarty. Now Jessica out. Momentarily 2-on-1. That's all our needs, and Fogarty couldn't steer it in at the back post. Inches from 2-0. Merely a matter of millimetres from doubling their lead. And still, the Hart resolve is unbroken. And here is Piers Barlow, who's always full of plenty of resolve. Out hustled her, out kept it alive. Racinos went to close down, the angle was shut and the side netting was rumbled. Racinos, Piers Barlow. Went down the line for Bowen, who warded off Alahyari well. The challenge was firm. And she went through Bowen to get it. We are a minute 43 from the halfway point of the night. What a night it has been so far. Carlton out of a free kick. Golden chance to get level. Racinos! Oh, that's an absolute screamer! Beautiful! Absolutely beautiful! A Carlton Hart corker gets them level. What a hit that is! Racinos rocketed it in. And Hearts, who had been knocking on the door, get the goal they so desired. That is as pure a strike as they come. And now Hours looking to reinstate Aku's lead. Rolled away from Racinos and rolled it wide of the far post. What a time to score, what a goal. She has crashed that in. One of the best we've seen. Fizzed into Bowen. Does that galvanise Carlton for a late cavalry charge? Here is Racinos. Steered in for Ramaniaka. That's tidy footwork. Now Piers Barlow. Racinos had Bowen down the line. Yamashita slid. Bowen kept it alive and then ran out of room. First half's final minute. Will we have a leader at the break? Or will we be locked level? Aku and Hearts traded. One apiece. What a time to go and grab a leveller. Can Aku go and restore their advantage? Here is Jessica out. Carlton Hart holding firm. There is going to be one more throw from the reigning champions, though they won't get to use it. Or is it going to be Carlton Hart's go to give themselves a half-time lead? To have gotten two in no time. Ramaniaka deftly kept it alive and then lost out to Yamashita. Or will we end it where we started it? Racinos, good read. On for Bowen. Time is ticking down. Racinos on the charge. Magro slowed her up! And the side netting. Just for a moment, Hart thought they turned it right round. Final bit of the half, we will end it level. So where Shimizu got Melbourne Aku off to the perfect start, Racinos with an absolutely gorgeous hit got Carlton Hart level right on the stroke of the break. And that is where we stand in Darabin. Two terrific keeping performances also in the opening 20. Half time, it's Carlton Hart 1, Melbourne Aku 1. We return from half-time here in Darebin, and where Aku had the lead early, where they played quite a wonderful patch of futsal in this half, Carlton Hart came crashing through in the closing minutes, courtesy of Racinos, to get themselves level in quite some style and to lock this game level going into its second installation. An all-important bit of ground when it comes to the top three chasing teams is well and truly on the line, and for Melbourne Aku, it is an opportunity to bid a sweet farewell to one of their favourites. Sophie Williams' final game for QEMU's side this evening, and they are wanting the perfect farewell tour for her. So there's a bit more on it on a personal aspect for those in Evergreen, and Joffa's looking to spoil the party early. Aisha Hatting made the save the first time, keeping change at half-time. As Au is then there to go and garner the second ball and move it on to Williams. Ashimitsu on for out. Williams on for Fogarty. Too much on it for Shimizu. It was very methodical and melodic, the first half from QEMU and Joe Akon's side. They played some of the futsal we've come accustomed to seeing out of Melbourne Aku in seasons gone by, in years gone by, really. And they still, at this point in time, are the only team to claim the crown here in Darebin. And here is Fogarty, off Olsen and in! All it took was a little flick just beyond the first second half minute, and Aku have got the quick start they required. Fancy little flick from Fogarty, just gave it a poke. She gambled and got fully rewarded. Aku have got their lead back. And it only took them 64 second half seconds. And here is out. Charging at Ramaniaka. Joffa did well. Fogarty will let it trickle out of play. So back for Attic. Fogarty went to spear it for Al. That's a brilliant ball and a suave turn from Al, though Ramaniaka was with her all the way. Just didn't allow her to roll into the space that opened up. Outside ball, set for Shimizu. Got around two brilliantly and needed the block from Racinos. Melbourne Aku corner, set for Fogarty. Moved on for out. Ramaniaka momentarily in retreat. Shimizu was down the line. Racinos unmoved, undeterred, and the ball was flashed across. Piers Barlow prevents the corner. Well, we saw Victoria Lions early. A couple from the Fitzroy contingent have just rolled into Darabin. That, the closer, and what a closer. What a way to round out not only this week, not only this round, but maybe this portion of the season as well. A top two title chasing tussle, and it's going to be something special. Their penultimate meeting this season, one win apiece. It's all truly on the line, and all is on the line here at the moment as well. Two teams chasing a top three finish, and Williams was denied a farewell by Olsen. Hart still unable to allow the farewell tour to reach maybe its final, most poetic conclusion. That's given away to Fogarty though, and Al is on the march. Hart are in retreat. Jess Al went early, Racinos intervened and steered it on for Bowen, who had Ramaniaka going and threaded on for Clara Ramaniaka, who's rattled it wide of the far post. Hart sprung the counter well though. Easily the cleanest they've looked this half. A quick little look at 2-2 for Reece and Teresi's side, though it rolled agonisingly wide. There's Jess out, went down the line for Fogarty. And now Racinos on for Bowen. Cut out by Jessica out. Who rolled Racinos, wanted the flick for Williams. Ramaniaka was in retreat. Piers Barlow got a boot in on Yamashita. Racinos, Bowen, out with a good challenge. Yamashita, Williams. Set it for Fogarty. Bowen just did enough. Hearts are just doing enough. Out, Williams, lovely ball. Fogarty flashed it wide. A really, really good look at a bit of a buffer for the first time this evening. What a look to go and grab a goal that maybe could have proved decisive if this half follows in the same vein as the first. We've seen two terrific keeping outings. And Olsen had already touched it. And Aku will have an opportunity. Joe Akon on the touchline was quite vocal about it. Just wanted to be ensured that that was caught. Aaron Williams over it. You expect there's only going to be one person to give this a go. Williams set it for out, Olsen denied, and then it was blocked in the end by Piers Barlow. Olsen went to fling it, Alayari and Williams sorted it out in the end, though they got muddled for a moment. And now Jesau's got a yard, Yamashita was lurking, that's a brilliant save from Olsen. Launched across to pour it away. Aku corner taken quickly, set for Williams, who whipped it on for out. Piers Barlow blocked, Alayari on the volley, dragged it wide. But they have started this half oh so brightly. It's been quite regal, quite dominant from the reigning champions. And here is Jesau, and it needed another good save from Olsen. Maybe at a bit of personal cost. Olsen just wore one. As Olsen is just getting tended to. Was flashed across. And it just whizzed beyond Emma Olsen's face. It might have taken, it took a flick on the way through as well. She seems to be all right. Ones like those certainly smart though. She's good to continue. Aku have got a corner. Williams takes left for Jessica out, who couldn't roll beyond Ramanayaka. Yamashita dropped off. Alahiari did too. Now Williams. Piers Barlow got a boot in. Williams happy to hold her up. Bowen the only other option. Now Yamashita came to press too. And there's just a bit of a checking by the officials on the well-being of Emma Olsen with Reese Teresi. All seems to be well and good. Ramanayaka couldn't clear. Al was lurking. Alayari not beyond Joffa, who went and won it. And Hart will have a free kick. And maybe a yellow card as well, retrospectively, for Alayari, who will find herself in the book. What can Hart find in this second half? They have it to do to get themselves level. Aku want to ensure it's a sweet swan song. Racinos poked it out for Joffa. Wasn't able to go beyond out. She's happy to set back to Aisha Attic. She played between the sticks last week as well. To quite good effect, it has to be said. They are hunting a way back into this game. They know for Carlton Hart, their season may very well depend on it. They can ill afford Aku to be 6 ahead. So you have a bit of breathing room to 1-0 as well. This, for the reigning champions, though, is the part of the chase where they have it right where they want it. Stays this way, their destiny is in their hands. Yamashita for Alahiari, they're out of room before she tried to go around Racinos. And here is Racinos. Tried to steer it down the line for Ramanayaka. Had a bit too much on it. And Formika. On for Jessica out. Quarter of an hour for Hart to find an equaliser if they are to go and pinch something. Al wanted to spear it. Racinos rattled it away. And for Aku, they are a quarter of an hour away from a real grip on the top 3. For the first time, really, this season. There's Jessica out. Yamashita. Alahyari, who couldn't roll Ramanayaka. How can Hart go about getting themselves back into this game? It's been a very similar pattern to the first half for Resin Teresi and co. They've been on the back foot for the first 5 minutes. They've had quite a bit to do. They find themselves behind once more. Joffers take with height. Ramanayaka and Formika were battling, and Carlton have a corner. Ramanayaka in the nick of time took it. Aliari steered it for Al, and now it's 3-on-2. Aku are charging. Al went alone. Olsen was set to save quickly and kickstart a counter. Joffa couldn't quite get it under. Attic wanting to return serve. Rasinos read it. Alahyari was in retreat. Attic take two. And there is the keeper's second touch, and Resin Teresi raced to give timeout. Hearts will have a timeout. They are the ones chasing this game. Aku have gone ahead on the other side of half-time. It's Carlton Heart 1, Melbourne Aku 2. Returning from timeout, Resin Teresi was very, very quick to issue it. Carlton Heart have got themselves quite an opportunity to get level. Maybe their best look at the second half so far. Chasing against the reigning champions. The top three may very well depend on it, and how the next 14-minute pans out for them. They've got a chance to hit with immediacy. Rasinos, Piers, Barlow, and Attic is there to deny. Wasn't hit with much force. They made a bit of a muddle of it, and Aku nearly went end-to-end. Yamashita couldn't steer it for Al. Now it's flung on for Joffa, whose touch was brilliant. The swivel was sharp. That's a top save from Attic, who had to spring across and give a corner. Joffa's corner just in time. No one at the back post. Here is Fogarty. Clipped on and clipped into Olsen. These two, of course, meet for the final time on the penultimate match day. That could prove precious, depending on how this pans out. But here is Al, and that's a wonderful save from Olsen. Point blank denial from someone who's had quite the night. Fling on, nodded by Yamashita, only for Joffa, who steered it back for Rasinos. Ramanayaka. Shimizu hustled her out of play and won it. Shimizu set back. Got it back from Fogarty. Unable to flick it further down the line. Ramaniaka was only just out of room. Took a little flick on its way out. In fact, it will be a Carlton Heart free kick. Ramaniaka paid too close attention. Joffa flicked it. Attic the only one there to go and gather it. Well, we've got quite the closer ahead of us. Jimmy Sufis, Scott Rogan in the building. Conversing at the moment with Arturo Diaz. As Formika wins it back. Shimizu took over. On for Al. Fogarty got away from a lunging Racinos, who then got a boot on it. And now Al's got a yard. And Piers Barlow slides to block. They are getting closer and closer to perhaps the goal that breaks Carlton Heart resistance. Jessica Al's take. Steered it centrally for Fogarty. Ramaniaka just peeled at the wrong time. Piers Barlow's up with her, however. Hart had a momentary opportunity to counter, though that was squandered. We mentioned Jimmy Sufa, Scott Rogan, Arturo Diaz Garçon also in the building. Announcement last week, Hume will have a side in for season 2 of 2026. He, of course, a newly found Black Army boy. As Racinos is rolling. Fogarty got a foot in. And then when he lost it, Racinos for Ramaniaka, who stumbled at the wrong time. Al got a boot, Bowen picked it up, and Formika was there to intervene, though Jess Al has it under some duress and is unable to keep it alive. Ramaniaka, Shimizu was quickly onto it. Racinos, Piers Barlow. Set it back for Racinos, on for Bowen. It's a good foot from Fogarty. Aku, as on many an occasion, just doing enough at the moment to ward off any Carlton Heart challenge. Racinos in ahead of out, had to get a boot on it. Otherwise, Jess out was in and on her own. Well, here is Fogarty. Rolled on for Al, who set it for Formika. Now Shimizu. Al once more. Really tiny move. Brilliant, brilliant Melbourne Aku goal. They scythe through Carlton Heart. And Shimizu steered it with finesse into the far corner. And now they've got a bit of a barrier. Plenty of time remaining. 3 goals on their way to 3 precious points in pursuit of a top 3 finish. And there is a bit for East Interisi to ponder. For Kuimu, for Joe Akon. Much more smiles. We haven't seen Aku play with this freedom, with this fluidity for quite some time. A reminder of what the reigning champions can do. And here is Piers Barlow. Beaten off it by Out. She gave a slide. She's just got to be cautious. Piers Barlow has been booked. Shimizu's now gone and won it. On for Jessica Al. Olsen came charging. And as she had it, Shimizu kicked it out of her grasp. Went spirit on for Joffa. Fogarty got a foot in. And well won by Joffa. Piers Barlow's up with her. Heart have got an opportunity. It's a good save from Attic. Just to pour it away for a corner. Taken with haste. Shimizu picked it off. Joffa's in retreat. Flayed through for Fogarty. Racinos in retreat. Flung long by Olsen. On foot, Lara Joffa. Williams was deft in her retreat. And now Al, and that's a deft touch to get away from one. Al momentarily thought about going beyond the lot. Fogarty gave it back to Al, who crashes the upright. Shimitsu's following. Blocked almost right in the nick of time by MacArthur. Aku corner. Fogarty on for out. Now Sophie Williams. Again, MacArthur out to meet it. Al will let it trickle out of play. Aku with a 2-goal buffer. Fogarty gave it a go. Had to get a paw from Olsen, who made quite an impressive save. And well, it's an evening where I'm going through my broadcast partners, really. I was joined by Mason Fitzgerald earlier. I now found myself joined by Nicholas Parthamos. Nico, first of all, good evening to you. It's good to have you back on the broadcast. What a night we've had so far, and what a night we've got ahead of us.
Well, it's a pleasure. I think I was on last week. I had a 5-minute stint, and then I decided to call it wraps. So I'm back here for another 5 minutes. Hopefully longer. Ethan, call the game, please.
I'm hoping they're 5 of the best and hoping you want to stay longer. Aku have a corner. They have control of this game at the moment. Fogarty went back for Shimizu, got around Racinos. Olsen's clearance didn't quite get it as she would have liked. Fogarty rekindled. That's a tidy 1-2 to get out of trouble. And then Racinos read the effort well. Shimizu was charging, worked its way out to MacArthur, who couldn't find a way through Fogarty. We've got quite the game coming up. You see them warming up behind us as we're into the final 10 here in Darebin of the second chapter of the evening. Lovely ball from out. Shimizu wanted to be industrious and was so to brilliant effect. Aku in the second half have just snatched it out of the grasp of Carlton Heart.
That was brilliant, Ethan. Beautiful play there. And the finish, again, superb. I think that's the second one she's got. Again, the finishing top.
A really tidy finish to beat Olsen at her near post with raw pace. Olsen's not had a bad evening, but Aku at the moment are showing a clinical cutting edge that's been lacking at times this campaign. It's been one of real transition for Kiwi Mew and Joe Akon. A few growing pains throughout the season, but now this, and particularly for her, for Sophie Williams, this is the farewell tour she would have hoped it would be. She picked it off Piers Barlow and then dropped it off for Aloyari. It's a lovely ball out for Yamashita. There's just a real groove back about the reigning champions again, isn't there?
How good are they? They're playing unreal right now. You know, they started off a bit shaky towards the start of the season, and they come a team again. Like, you can just see the class, how they're passing the ball around, how they're moving. Ethan, it's just a joy to watch.
Kiwi Mew very much has gone about restoring that. Al with a sharp swivel. Williams was lurking. But this is Aku back at their best, as you remember them. Lovely return from Jess out. Yamashita couldn't sort her feet out, and now Bowen could lead the break. Ramaniaka was up with her momentarily. Joffa got a foot in. Alayari went storming through. Piers Barlow calmed it all down. And Joffa went with height, too much of it, and just wasn't able to pick a target.
Carlton have no answer. You can just see it. They're losing the ball. They're getting frustrated. You can just see Aku have really got the game on them.
Here is Alayari. Had Bowen in retreat. Tried to work it out for Williams. Wasn't able to. How she would love to mark her final game with a goal. Someone who's given so much to this side. Who's had many a golden moment in Evergreen. At the moment, though, it's a bit more of a departure that will leave QEMU and Co feeling blue. From Elben Aku, someone who's been a terrific servant, someone who's been a multiple-time champion with this group. And Williams laid it off for out, who clipped it down the line for Yamashita. Happy to return it and just be patient with it. They know Hart have it to do. They know at this point in time they've got them where they need them to be. They know that a top 3 finish is within their grasp. As Aliari wins it back, Williams will watch it all the way through to Attic. It's been quite a second half from them. They've really gone up a gear. Hearts, as you alluded to, Nicholas, have had no answer, although it's been a night really where you would say for the first half they went toe-to-toe with Aku. This second half, however, the reigning champions have just shown that they've got another gear still that they can go to.
Yeah, again, if you look to the benches, you see Aku, 2 keepers, they've got plenty of subs. It's just they've got the legs, they've got the engine. And Carlton, they only have 2 subs, and they've got a lot of young talent in their team. You've got to remember, Carlton is definitely building for the future. But again, Aku, the powerhouses like Jess Ayu and Sophie Williams, Aisha Attic, these are experienced players in the league. But credit to Carlton for coming out here with such a young side. But the class from AKU's, there's no words, honestly. It's just inevitable for the class they have.
A bit of cut above this evening, that's for sure. And where we've seen a Carlton Hart renaissance really at times this season for Reece Interisi's side, this was their first real test for a team who have come from nowhere to have a look at a top 3 finish. They may very well end the evening 5th, 1-0 go above them with the early win. That's how tight this league is in its middle phase, and it's even tighter at the top. That's to come next. Possibly the most important, the most poignant of title pieces to come.
Yeah, definitely this is a game to look out for. You've got 2 of the best teams in Victoria going at it after this, and I'm ready for it. I'm excited for it. It's going to be big after the last few games. What they've told us is that there's definitely going to be a lot of quality out there, that's for sure.
How can you not get excited for a game like that? Fitzroy Vic Lions the 3rd coming up in a moment's time. As Bowen goes on a charge, got around Formica, was waiting on Piers Barlow. Instead, happy to recycle through Racinos, whose goal got Carlton Hart level before the break. How long ago that feels now. Racinos, Piers Barlow, belted it into Yamashita, who wore it flush. And they're happy to reset and recycle. Racinos, Bowen. Returned it for Racinos. They're just unable to get beyond the press.
The press is strong. Aku coming at full house at them with full force. They're moving the ball very well as 2.
And it looks to be an important fortnight ahead for both these sides. Just the first of a very vital set of fixtures as the run-in starts. Hart have got Victoria Lions next. Aku have got 1-0. An opportunity to take that momentum. 2 teams who have won tonight, if it stays this way, will be going head-to-head. It's a really nightmarish fortnight, though, for Reece Interisi. They go Victoria Lions, and they've got Fitzroy, and it's smoother skies to the close from there for Carlton. That's where they'll pick their points up. They've just got to be there or thereabouts if they are to stay in the top 3 race. These 2 meet, of course, for the final time this season after tonight on the penultimate match day of the campaign for Season 1 in 2026. And even if they fail to achieve a top 3 finish this season, for Carlton Hart, who were 0-6 to start the season, they did not pick up a point until the first month and a half had elapsed. It's been a really good season in terms of how they flipped their fortunes around.
Yeah, honestly, it's been brilliant. Again, I say again, Reece, you've got to give credit where credit's due, and the young talent that Carlton is developing through the junior system is quite incredible, honestly. Again, from going, it's not easy losing 6 games in a row and keeping the same squad and a similar mix around. But again, credit to Reece and the girls. They've outstanding to turn it around and keep the same squad. That's the hardest part, is keeping the same squad together. And you've got to give credit because he's done a fantastic job.
With that cohesion, the chemistry has been building at Carlton. And you've seen that this evening. They, for 25, went toe-to-toe with the champions. Though at this point in time, Aku have shone through, really, in every aspect. Still cannot take anything away from this Carlton Heart team this evening. It's been a performance of fight. When they've had to hang in there, they have done for the most part. And they've given just a couple of frights to Aku this evening. But here is Yamashita. Formika went to make the move. It opened up the space for Williams, who gave it away to Racinos when trying to find Magro. Bowen gave it back to Williams, who was happy to calm it down. Roll it on for Formika. Williams, lovely move, brilliant save, Olsen. Magro on the follow-in. And still, Sophie Williams cannot find that farewell goal. Not for the first time tonight. Olsen's in the way of what would have been the perfect ending to quite a good story. Here is Piers Barlow for Carlton. Formika warded her off and Williams could break. And she was happy to wait up for Formika. And now Yamashita. Bowen's in retreat. Yamashita happy to just take some time, take some sting out of the game. Formika, Williams. Ramaniaka winningly standing off. Aku have just slowed the tempo right down. Hearts haven't been able to go with them this evening in this second half. That's a tidy ball from Williams. Moved it on for Magro, who wasn't able to roll around Racinos, though could pick a pocket. Oh. And Racinos left a leg in rashly. And will give away a free kick.
Frustration just coming through there from the Carlton team. Well, we see Aku having a free kick here. There could be a set piece, maybe for Sophie Williams. Obviously, she wants that goal. So we have to see. Does look like she's the free option here.
Fogarty goes for Williams. Ramaniaka's the one to intervene this time, though Aku do have a corner. 3 to the close here in Darebin. 3 precious points for Aku right now, bar a Carlton Heart miracle. As Williams fancy to go, Olsen angles right. They'd need a heart attack to pinch a point now, Carlton. It's been a season of ups and downs for them, and Formika got away from Ramaniaka, who then in return made a tidy challenge and found Bowen rather nicely. Williams in retreat, happy to see it out of play. Jessica Al might be coming back on. Those two have shared many a moment together in Melbourne Aku Green, from where part of many a title winning team, scored many important goals. The link up of one of futsal's most formidable forces. Certainly at the start of life here in Darebin. Not only this court, but in the women's game up until this season, not even I've known another champion than Melbourne Aku at this arena. It's been quite a run they've been on, and here is Racinos. Attic gets one more save in, and MacArthur's there to turn it over.
Brilliant by Racinos to get that space from the 1-2. Just unlucky Aisha Addicks in goals.
And here is Jess out. Is there one for the road? Al Williams set it back for Jessica out. Sophie Williams couldn't quite keep it alive. As the time ticks away. The intention's already, for some people in here, one eye ahead on what is to come. But this, right now, it's the end, really, of an era for Melbourne Aku. QEMU was quite sombre before kick-off about it. Sophie Williams has been such an important part of this club, such an important part of its success. Has been a part of the spine that has won 3 straight titles. Thrice-time champions. They will relinquish that this season, you all but certainly get the feel. Though at least they won't go out with a whimper. They can still affect the title race. You saw that last week. They went toe-to-toe with Vic Lyons for a good patch of the game, though before being overrun. And here is Out trying to thread for Williams. They are desperate for that farewell goal. Out searching, Williams lurking. They find it for her. Jessica Au really wanting to walk it to Sophie Williams. And here is Fogarty. Joffa got a foot in, Fogarty in retreat. Joffa took a tumble, nothing doing, says the referee. Final minutes in Darebin. Final minutes for Sophie Williams in Melbourne Aku Evergreen. And Au wanted to find her. Piers Barlow picked it off. Carlton going to grab one for the road themselves. Send it back for Joffa. Au was there to block. Racinos rattled it and rattled it wide. They got 34 seconds to go as direct as they can. Au in the channel. Williams was lurking away from one. Couldn't set it back for Au. Williams, they nearly went and won it. She wants the fairy tale. House take. Williams will give it a go. Olsen will watch it wide.
She's just looking for that goodbye goal, and you know when you're looking for them, sometimes they don't come.
The search has lasted all but all night. She may not get the perfect parting gift, or will she? Williams with time ticking away. Fancies a goal and flashed it wide. The pen was on the paper, the script was being written, and it got ripped up at the last moment.
Still a chance, Ethan.
There's still time. She stayed up. Au has gone to drive. It's too far ahead of her. It may not happen. 5 seconds for number 5 then. And it would be 5 for Aku. Poetic though it may be, unfortunately, futsal does not follow the script, where she fails to depart with a goal. Sophie Williams bids farewell with 3 points, and Melbourne Aku get themselves all-important ground in a top 3 race. Full-time in Darebin, it's Carlton Heart 1, Melbourne Aku 4. And so, to close out the two, from the start, it's been their race. The old powerhouse against the new kids on the block. The seasonal debutantes hit first. Dramatic though it was in its conclusion. The more recent addition was one Fitzroy finesse rather than fury. 2 was all it took to knock the Lions off their perch. Since Fitzroy inherited it, they have not abdicated the top of the table. Though tonight brings chapter 3, maybe the most crucial of all. The leaders face revolution from the challengers. Win and the gap is 5, and it may be all but theirs, and they are in for an early start. One for Scalzo, 2 another, and Fitzroy inside 60 seconds have themselves ahead.
That is unreal. The Frascalzo's linking up. The sisters, that was almost too easy, Ethan. Back post, that's futsal for you. That was brilliant.
Claudia created it. Tiana drove it home, and Fitzroy have got themselves off to the perfect start, where it was one where they saw out Vic Lions last time. They know that tonight is the night where they can really, really get themselves all but adorned on the throne. Unbelievable. Any script you could have written, thrown out the window inside a minute. One Australian international who was open to speak to Football Victoria in the week about all that futsal has meant to her. Maybe gets one of her more meaningful contributions, though Camilleri is on the charge already.
The intensity, Ethan, this is unreal. This is what we've been waiting for all night, and you can feel it in the air. There's some fire out there. There's a true rivalry, and I love it. One
win apiece between these two this season, and the Lions might have to go and really pounce on what might be their last opportunity to go and pinch the summit from the Tigers this season. They, of course, have got to play each other once more. This is the penultimate meeting. Already they've got it to do. Allerton went with height. Camilleri flicked it on. Kersey was lurking. Her and Air collided. And there will be a check on both. Gnomes Langham can ill afford more injuries, really. They've been hit by a plague of casualties in recent weeks. And already there's just a bit of a worrying look on the Victoria Lions manager's face. Kersey and Air both up. Victoria Lions have a corner. They've got to respond in kind. Set for Allerton, who steered it over.
The intensity that Fitzroy have brought out from the get-go has been unreal, Ethan. They've come out firing, and they really want this title. You can see it out there again with Layla.
Oh, Abdul Latif forced East Hope to come charging off her line. Fitzroy are flying out of the traps. Frascalzo again, one to another. Pepino was there to pick her pocket, however, and maybe there's a counter the other way. 2 arriving. Pepino went alone and only found the side netting. 2 on the bench for Victoria Lions. That is all that will be available to Gnomes Langham and co this evening. They've got an ensemble of 7. Currently occupants Stella Nissan and Mario Mostagimi awaiting their introduction. Pepino, that's a lovely ball. Camilleri got it back from Allerton. Touch was a bit too heavy. And though Fitzroy have started with fury, the Lions are just reminding that they've got teeth too in this game, and have certainly got more than a bit of skin in it. Abdul Latif is there to calm it down. Now on for Claudia Frascalzo, who got beyond Pepino. Frascalzo kept it alive by a faint measurement. East Hope and Allerton sorted it out.
The Frascalzo, Claudia Frascalzo is dictating this game so far. You can see when she gets on the ball, something's going to happen, Ethan. It's just danger.
Abdul Latif back from McClure. That was picked off by Pepino. East Hope went and got it, and now flung it on for Camilleri, who steered it for Kersey. That's a good pull from East Hope, from Air even, as East Hope went surging and searching. Air was alert. Kersey with the next wave, gave it a go herself. Again, Elizabeth there to deny. Allerton in retreat. McClure couldn't charge beyond her. Now Camilleri. On for Kersey. They just want to calm it down and get the tempo set, though they can't do so. Frascalzo was relentless. Allerton had to clear, but Elizabeth there with a couple of important early interventions. Could quickly have been one apiece if it weren't for her. There's McClure, Abdulatif, Kersey applying the pressure, and here is Camilleri! Air was flying out, Camilleri knew nothing about it, Abdulatif cleared, only as far as Kersey. Fitzroy one-hand ball, McClure clipped it into the channel, Frascalzo gave chase, Allerton and Easthope let it trickle out. Abdulatif comes for a breather, Araha instated, flung long for Camilleri, she couldn't get it under. Frascalzo, Claudia for Diana on that occasion. Allerton got a foot in and Frascalzo got the final flick, no she didn't. All eyes on it. And it already has been box office. If you thought the first was amazing, the original, the sequel lived up to it. And in fact, the third of the bunch already finding its way front and centre, and Camilleri's front and centre, away from McClure, it's a glorious equaliser!
That is brilliant, Ethan. The way she had so much space and a toe poke, she had no chance whatsoever.
Camilleri crashing through and crashing Victoria Lions level in some style. 44 and a bit minutes since their last goal against Fitzroy. She has got them back on level terms, maybe when it matters most. Shut out last time. That demon already exercised, though Frascalzo with a loose touch and a stumble, and Pepino picked it off. Allerton came and tried to make it out for Camilleri, just couldn't. Here is Frascalzo. Tiana on for Claudia. Pepino gave away a free kick.
It's getting feisty out there, Ethan. Well, this game's really exciting. You can just feel the energy. Once again, I'm repeating myself, it feels like, but I'm ready. I feel like I could get out there even.
Feels like a cup final. Amanda Araha's take only into Camilleri, who was the sole line in the wall. Pepino was charging. Camilleri took a tumble, and her claim was that she was impeded. Holmes Langham, even her manager, saying she may not be right on that account. Though there's a bit of bite and a bit of venom about the Lions. Pepino away from Frascalzo, and there will be a free kick. Just a little late drag of Pepino's leg as she was going to charge. Deliberate or not, a foul is a foul. Moved on to Pepino quickly by Allerton. Pepino came crashing. Kersey was lurking, and there was there to dive on it. But they're just creating a few problems. And Estella Cameron just had to be alert on that occasion. Here is Frascalzo on for Araha. McClure, who had been in motion, with motion around Pepino, and Frascalzo couldn't steer it in.
That is quality from McClure, just getting past with a crab. That was brilliant. And just the shot, I think it was a shot. It could have been a pass back post, but that was brilliant play.
Shot turn cross, just couldn't be steered in. It would have only taken a flick from Frascalzo. Easthope long. Kersey with right intention, just without right direction to find Pepino. What a start to this game. One each. Two teams throwing everything at one another. Shades of the first time they met. That one was a 15-goal thriller. Watch the heart rate of both managers if it's anything similar this evening. This is the one where it's all on the line. They'll meet penultimate match day for the final time, but that may be obsolete depending on how tonight goes. Cameron with a tidy ball. Frascalzo around Easthope and into the side netting. Pepino now. Again, they can't get out. Cameron in ahead of Camilleri. Frascalzo on for Araha, who worked an angle on the left. Allerton's clearance. Nissan made it work and did well to shield it. away from Cameron, moved it on for Camilleri, who dropped it off for Pepino, and now Allerton. Bit of patience from Victoria Lions, and Allerton asked a lot of Nissan. 5 that have flown by in a truly, truly all-important, a titanic title duel. One will get sunk tonight, you get the feeling. 3 points that'll feel like 6 for whoever claims them. Frascalzo got a barge from Nissan and got a free kick. Moved on for Cameron. Stella Cameron, Araha, lovely 1-2. Cameron kept going. Pepino dropped off. Here is Amanda Araha from range. Could have been awkward for East Hope. She judged the bounce well. Moved it on for Pepino. It's just too far away from Allerton, and a game played at this intensity. Little mistakes creeping in. Rowan left it for Frascalzo, who flashed it across to a vacant far post.
You feel that Fitzroy are just on top of them just a little bit here, Vic Lions. They just got the hunger to win this game, and I mean, it's a big game. You know, whoever wins this is their ends on the title. So I don't know what to say.
What more could you want?
I know.
What more could you want? Here is Pepino. Went to clip it in for Camilleri. And Nick's not wrong. The league, you feel, rests on tonight. Though they meet once more. But that is pointless at this point in time. Here is Rowan, who picked Nissan's pocket. Pepino spared her blushes. And now Allerton, who placed it for Pepino quite poignantly. And Frascalzo in retreat was there to make sure it went no further. They're in a hurry. Camilleri, Allerton, Pepino, cleared by Frascalzo. Araha kept it alive and did so rather suavely. Incredibly tidy evasion from Amanda Araha. Finds its way through Cameron to Frascalzo. Beautiful ball for Araha. And East Hope couldn't be too certain. And conceded a cautious corner. Frascalzo's take. Araha. Frascalzo trying to ward off Camilleri, who got a boot in. Pepino placed it back for her. A really, really important point in time for Victoria Lions that they are not broken beyond. Nissan couldn't place it back for Pepino. Here is Frascalzo. Araha. Cameron, patient from Fitzroy. Space opened up for Frascalzo momentarily. Threaded that wonderfully for Rowan, who couldn't get it further than Camilleri, then went and won it back. But a scramble and a chaotic central area means they run out of room.
Just see the way Fitzroy are moving the ball and rotating. It's just class. You can tell on trainings that they're brilliant. And the ball movement is important, and you can just see Vic Lions just a little step behind that ball movement, getting pressed right now. Once again, I say Fitzroy just seem they really want this game, Ethan.
Mostagimi wanted to make it out for Camilleri, who gave a thumbs up in appreciation and partial apology. Was clipped into the channel. And the Tigers at the moment in the ascendancy, though Cameron gave it away to Pepino, and she got beyond. Gisela Pepino gave it a go. And neither the far post nor the on-rushing Nissan.
Pepino wants more shots of those. She loves a shot on her left foot, and she needs to get more of those chances if Vic Lions want to get a goal in front.
Such an important piece of the first victory, an important piece of defeat the second time round, and this time Gisela Pepino's just started more poignantly. Started with more purpose, more bite. One each. And since then, no way beyond. Araha on for Cameron. Clipped it for Frascalzo. Nissan's in retreat. Diana Frascalzo did brilliantly. Nissan dived in. And Fitzroy have a free kick. Quick little glance at the clock from Scott Rogan. Maybe too early for a set-piece special.
You know Fitzroy and Jimmy Sufis, he loves a set piece, so this could go anywhere. definitely be looking at Amanda Oraha for the left foot shot here. She's got a brilliant left foot. Wouldn't be surprised if the ball finds her way to her.
McClure, Frascalzo conversing. And it does find its way for Araha, who couldn't place it on. Mostagimi did well. And then Araha, under some duress, was forced to see it out of play. Every little piece of play is subject to protest. Every yard is worth yielding for. Araha clipped it for Frascalzo. It'll break for Pepino. Mostagimi with a glorious touch and a good save from Air to steer it over.
That's a brilliant save from Air. Once again, pulling off another brilliant save. Both keepers have been superb this half.
A real snapshot. Fitzroy shot stopper equal to it. Pepino's corner. Nissan left it. Camilleri kept it rolling. Frascalzo was firm in retreat and firm in the press and went and won it. You can't blink with the way this game has started. Went surging. Frascalzo with a good run. East Hope didn't get there in time, but the flick only found its way through rather than in. East Hope direct. Pepino placed it on for Nissan. Around Neve McClure. Nissan wins a corner.
Vic Lions keep trying to get isolating those one-on-ones, and twice now they've done it with Pepino and Nissan. They just got to get more of those one-on-ones down the wing. They got such skillful players on them. They need more of those one-on-ones.
And Fitzroy's turn to be pressed. Air Force to clear. Ahead in 60 seconds through Diana Frascalzo at the back post. Camilleri crashed one into level, and Pepino's found brilliantly, and Mostagimi steers it in, and Victoria Lions have flipped it right on its head. Brilliant from Pepino. Such a precise, such a deft touch, and the peace of mind to pick Mostagimi, who couldn't miss. And Victoria Lions, when they have to turn to apply the pressure, go and make it count.
Mostagimi's run there, if you saw her, it started from the back, went all the way forward. She created the space. Pepina, she wasn't marked too close, and you know, in front of goal, she's class, and she just picks out the pass, and it was an easy finish.
Unselfish from Gisela Pepino, and she's linking up with Mostagimi again, who tried to roll it to the back post for Nissan. It had too much on it. What a difference a goal makes. What a difference a bit of confidence makes. Victoria Lions were one down and were on the back foot. Now 2-1 up. They look as though they're the ones ready to take the charge. Here is Abdul Latif, though, in retort. Could only find East Hope, who was waiting just to go and gather it. And here is now Camilleri. Mostagimi. Camilleri. Cameron did well. Just stayed with her the whole way.
You just feel like the momentum switched a little bit there, didn't you, Ethan? I feel like it was definitely Fitzroy, and after that goal, it seems like Vic Lions really want this, but we could see something from Fitzroy here.
Frascalzo charging away from two. East Hope with a big save, and Nissan with a big challenge. Just had to ride their luck, hold their nerve a little bit. Pepino, Nissan left it behind, and now Frascalzo on for McClure, who steered it inches over.
I don't know much about chess, but I think this is like chess, this game. This game is moving in very tactical ways and smart ways. I have no idea about chess, though. But if I knew, this is how it looked like.
Certainly no pawns in this game, though, whatsoever. All of these holding their own rank in their own right. And here is Abdul Latif, who tried to steer it for Frascalzo.
Every move seems calculated. Seems like they've trained this. I can tell this was a big training session this week for both teams.
And both really hunting. They know a title's on the line. Jimmy Sufus, some would call him a grandmaster. Gnomes Langham in her own right, up in the echelons as well. Abdul Latif gave it back to Frascalzo. Those two link up again. Camilleri's in retreat. Claudia Frascalzo Thought about it momentarily. Mostagimi closed the door, went back for Abdulatif instead. And she's got Pepino to have a look at. Friscalzo. Patient from Fitzroy. The leaders who are longing for a leveller. McClure, Friscalzo squeezed it through. They've just tiptoed and crept, and Abdulatif couldn't catch the half volley as sweetly as she wanted. And East Hope will go, and Pepino has truly poured forward. Lovely flick for Camilleri, who's clipped it wide. Gorgeous futsal, and it so nearly had a flourish.
Just skims the post there. That was brilliant. The play, and you know, again, that counter attack where Fitzroy have to get back. They're just a little bit slow there. I'm sure Jimmy spotted that out and he's going to be talking to his players.
There was Friscalzo charging forward. Just couldn't find a more firm footing. That's a beauty of a ball from Pepino again. So precise in all the little flicks. Camilleri's return. Pepino! Brilliant! Absolutely wonderful. A bit of breathing room and a beautiful way to do it.
Pepino and Camilleri, just like, again, them duo building up, passing the 1-2 there. It just creates so much space, and from there, you know, she's class. She's going to finish that. Can't give her that much time and that much space.
Synergy for the two from Sydney, who have linked up this time on Melburnian soil to make their move. A remarkable goal. Sharp, razor sharp in its movement, in its finish, in its motion. As Abdulatif gave it a good go. But those two, right when Gnomes Langham needed them to, have come to the fore in a big way. And again, Pepino is lurking. Kersey. Mostagimi. Camilleri. Can't forget the evening she's had so far. Mostagimi was marauded out of room while Jarin went to press. Cameron will take over. Abdulatif in a hurry. It was worrying for East Hope momentarily. And it flicked the back end of the frame of the goal. East Hope, while Jarin got a slice on it. Pepino wanted to try and spin Cameron and couldn't. You just get the feeling, especially with Gisela Pepino this evening, she's in the mood.
Definitely. She's already assisted one. She scored another. You can just tell she's feeling at this game. I know she's been injured for a little bit for the season. Maybe 1 week. I think she copped an injury, but she's definitely on form and she's ready.
She embodies what they are at the moment, with a point to prove and proving it right now. Kersey couldn't steer away beyond Abdulatif. Victoria Lions have got a bit of breathing room. Jimmy Sufas pensive, Gnomes Langham animated as ever. Kersey didn't get it cleanly while Jarin went and won it. Abdulatif dropped it on for Cameron. And now for Layla Abdulatif. Out the other way was Friscalzo. Camilleri happy to hold. Abdulatif. Glorious flick. Friscalzo in behind. East Hope didn't get there again, though the angle was too dear for Claudia Friscalzo to try and work her magic.
The second time Claudia Friscalzo's caught East Hope off her line and just goes past her. It's the second time she's done that. I think maybe the Vic Lions coach, Gnomes, has to look out for that because I think she likes to go around the keeper and likes to hit it in sweet.
So far, the Australian international rounded twice, conceded none. Has made the angle really tight. And from one international teammate to another. That's quite the interesting matchup for the evening. While Jarin nearly lost it, made it work for Cameron. Mostagimi went to go and win it. Now while Jarin with tidy footwork and then was out of room. Pepino. Without many options, somehow found a way to clip it to Kersey, who had Abdulatif to ward off while Jarin too. That's glorious from Kersey. Friscalzo intervened. And Kersey will see it out for a corner. Jimmy Sufas and Fitzroy want timeout. Kersey's take. Mostagimi. Placed it for Pepino. Too much on it. They won't have to wait long. So, Fitzroy were one up inside 60 seconds. They now find themselves with a bit of a league lead to defend. The challengers are taking it to the leaders. It's Fitzroy 1, Victoria Lions 3. And so we return from timeout for the first time this evening. Fitzroy called it. Victoria Lions have really gone and just snatched all the initiative, all the momentum from out of the Tigers' paws. Tick under 7 to half-time in Darebin. They were one down inside a minute. Many would have faltered. They have stood firm and have gone and flipped this game on its head. East Hope search, too long for Mostagimi. Jimmy Soufas wanted timeout. Not many who force his hand. Not many times you see it forced. But this at the moment is a game that is not at risk of getting away from Fitzroy. There's plenty of time to go. But just at risk of getting further out of hand than he would like.
Yeah, again, Jimmy took the timeout. I think he needed it. He needed to regroup and tell his players calm down. It's a long game. Stop clock. And that it's only 3-1. It's, you know, in futsal, that's not a very big scoreline. So there's plenty of time, a lot of action, I'm sure, to be played.
They've been in a worse position against Victoria Lions. Had a 4-goal deficit to undo the first time they played, and were oh so close to undoing it. That first meeting ended 8-7. Victoria Lions had a 4-goal lead, not once but twice. Fitzroy found their way back then, as they look to find their way back now. Set back for East Hope by Camilleri. East Hope was playing with fire as Frascalzo was charging, and then went to fling it for Kersey, and that's a cracker of a throw, but she just couldn't quite get it under.
Gnomes Langley, you can tell that she was very anxious there. East Hope just playing with her feelings a bit. Oh, big challenge from Frascalzo. The Fitzroy bench are not happy with that call at all, Ethan.
Camilleri free kick. Frascalzo not best pleased. We'll have a look. Of course we'll have a look. There is a case to be made for Jimmy Soufas and co. Camilleri caught in a Fitzroy sandwich and somehow got out. Now she's got a free kick. Camilleri drilled it into Frascalzo, who was immediately on the charge. Set back for East Hope, who couldn't cut it out for Kersey. Took a tumble behind play. And they can ill afford for her to go down.
Yes, they cannot afford that. They do not have a backup goalkeeper. And she's been very solid for them so far.
Making certainly a case for a Golden Glove season is Elizabeth there. She'd be in the conversation.
Definitely.
So would her opposite number this evening, Sarah Easthope, who has followed on her fine form from international duty over the summer as Araha.
We've seen Fitzroy do this set piece a few times now. Probably just trying to catch Fitzroy lacking just there in the corner where they want to pass that ball off or just find the back post.
Flung long by East Hope. Kersey Went in vain to keep it in, but they are finding a lot of joy out the back in that space. Our Victoria Lions. Tigers push up high. They go to press. Here is Frascalzo on for Araha. Claudia Frascalzo. Again, Camilleri. The one charged with the chase. Threaded brilliantly, though, for Araha. The return read by Camilleri, who clipped it on for Mostagimi. Cameron got a boot in. Frascalzo took over. Camilleri won it back. Kersey moved it on for Allerton. Mostagimi stayed down. Clarissa Allerton, though, just momentarily had to play it out. Mostagimi up a little late, a little gingerly. And Amanda Araha will sportingly set it back to Sarah Easthope. Now Mostagimi, and now battle resumes. Pleasantries dispensed with, and Frascalzo's got to go!
Again, it seems like Fitzroy's firepower is all coming from the Frascalzos. The sisters, they're on fire today.
You cannot keep them out of the game at any time.
It's almost like they're inevitable, Ethan. They just keep coming and coming.
Here is Camilleri. Araha tried to ward her off. Mostagimi will have a go. And was not a million miles away from Air being a little bit bothered, though ultimately unsuccessful in the drive. And here is Claudia Frascalzo. 5 to the break in Darabin of what has been an enthralling third chapter of our top two. Frascalzo took a rather forceful tumble. Mostagimi, Allerton went the flick. Mostagimi, Frascalzo in retreat. That's calm. Composure at its most calm. That's brilliant from those two to work it out. Araha then tiptoed round Allerton with ease. Moved it back for Frascalzo, who wants a runner. She wants an option. Claudia for Diana, who's got Camilleri in retreats. And Easthope prevents the corner.
Camilleri has been everywhere. She's up and down that court working tirelessly. She's a machine. She doesn't stop running it. She seems like she really wants to win this game today.
Kersey nearly got a flick. Something about how Camilleri started this game. Equaliser with hit with force. And now here is Camilleri. Frascalzo in retreat concedes the corner. Time ticking to half-time. Gisela Pepino may be placed to come back in. Is certainly itching for reintroduction. Camilleri's corner. Allerton went near. Frascalzo, the only one centrally to pick it off. And Araha is charging, as is Frascalzo. Allerton's in retreat. And Frascalzo took a slip just as she went to steer it. And Pepino is replaced in and picked out immediately by Easthope. Pepino had Araha to go at. The touch was a bit heavy. Frascalzo went and won it. Allerton, Camilleri, Pepino. Diana Frascalzo was diligent.
That's brilliant. Again, Pepino just wants those one-on-ones, and you can see there she got it, but touch was too heavy there.
Camilleri, Pepino sorted it out momentarily. Cleared only as far as Allerton via a McClure ricochet. Pepino once again. This time Rowan goes and is unable to stop it from finding touch. Frascalzo, Pepino, Camilleri. And a late whistle for a Frascalzo free kick. Been a foul-fraught first half. Victoria Lions have racked up 4, though. They're 1 from the limit now. The ice a bit thin under the feet of Noams Langerman, her sides. Lions aren't used to the Arctic, but here is Kersey. And he crashed it into Air, who was waiting. Frascalzo, Rowan. Allerton was there on the loose touch. Camilleri and Frascalzo entangled. Camilleri picked it off. Allerton just couldn't move it through for Pepino, who was charging. Frascalzo, one to another, now back with Air, who speared it for Rowan. Allerton, anything will do. Araha's side ball. Might leave this for Claudia Frascalzo. Set it back for her instead. Frascalzo had a yard. Kersey cleared. Diana Frascalzo had a go. The net was vacant momentarily. There was chaos in the area, and she just couldn't convert. East Hope went long. Air got a punch. Pepino was collateral damage. Now here is Araha, not beyond Allerton. And Pepino, who gave it a poke, but it lacked the pace of a previous hit.
Again, East Hope and Vic Lyons keep trying to find that long ball to Pepino. It's worked. It's worked, I think, twice now, so I would keep doing it if I was them. I think Fitzroy just got to step off a bit and just stay close to their players.
Here is Allerton. Poked it through for Kersey. Abdul Latif's in retreat, and it's dragged just wide of the far post. And Gnomes Langham wanted a runner to all but walk it in. She was desperate for a back post charger. They would have been on their own. Frascalzo. Abdul Latif. Cut out by Camilleri. Abdul Latif will get another go. Pepino in retreat. Layla Abdul Latif tiptoed around two. Gloriously on for Frascalzo. And now Camilleri can go the other way. Taking them all on is Trudy Camilleri. Pepino in support. Frascalzo turned inside, then out. Kersey with a lovely run. And a lovely ball to find her, which wins a corner.
Camilleri, you must be getting sick of saying her name. She is everywhere, Ethan. She's up and down. She just doesn't stop.
Sub 2 to half time. Kersey, Abdul Latif read it, wasn't able to do more with it. What a half of futsal. And it's not yet done. Is there a late twist to the tail?
You just can't tell, Ethan. These games, this can go any way, honestly. They're both two teams full of quality. It can go either way.
Fitzroy wanting to fire back. Victoria Lions wanting to stretch their legs. Camilleri. Pepino deflected off Frascalzo. One for another. Vic Lions wanted handball, and the long ball East Hope will see out of play. Speared long, only for Frascalzo. Allerton's in retreat. Pepino got a poke. East Hope can't prevent the corner.
Fitzroy read the long ball very well that time. I do think Jimmy spotted it out, that they like going for that.
The direct route, which has been A1 so far. Maybe on that occasion, a less prosperous way. Frascalzo's corner. Abdul Latif, lovely lift off for Claudia Frascalzo. Kersey was there to intervene. Frascalzo forced all the way back to East Hope. Abdul Latif. Away from Pepino, not from Allerton. .88 seconds to half time.
This has been a brilliant half of futsal, I can tell you that much, Ethan.
Some of the highest quality we've seen for some time. Frascalzo gave it a go. East Hope there to gather. Wanted a long ball, hadn't anybody. Kersey tried to make it work. Frascalzo's flick, a good one. Rowan steered it back for Abdul Latif. Rowan, Frascalzo, that's tidily done. Abdul Latif has now got a yard. And Pepino is there to intervene. And tiptoe away from one, away from two. And Frascalzo came flying in.
That's brilliant by Pepino.
Just to take the pressure off. Victoria Lions number 23. Went on an amazing run. Final minute in Darabin of a first half that has had everybody in here glued to the court. Frascalzo charging.
That's brilliant.
Rowan, Frascalzo, East Hope tonight. And now it's 3-on-2. And Pepino's leading the charge. Frascalzo on the slide. Stopped it from reaching Allerton.
Frascalzo, she's been on fire this game. She really wants this for win. She's battling out there.
Pepino, Allerton, over. Air direct. Camilleri got up. McClure, Rowan. And there's a bit of Fitzroy frustration starting to seek in at the end of the first half. They are 2 down. They are in need of it to do. As it stands, the table's got a totally different complexion, and Pepino is a part of why. She is charging. McClure's in retreat. Pepino, Allerton, Camilleri, Kersey, Couldn't find it on the return, and now there's a counter. Frascalzo is charging, Pepino closed the angle, East Hope did the rest and went long. One last look maybe before the break. Camilleri with McLaurin retreats, unable to ward off, unable to find a way, but able to keep it, steer it back for Allerton, and that'll be that. What a half. What a wonderful, wonderful half. Played at full pelt from start to finish. Nothing fast forward about it except the motion on court. Fitzroy went ahead in 60 seconds. Victoria Lions responded with 3 in kind. Half-time in Darebin. The leaders have got a little bit to do as the challengers are on course to top the table once again. It's Fitzroy 1, Victoria Lions 3. Returning from half-time, 20 of the most important minutes of futsal you will see in the first patch of 2026. And Abdul Latif and Fitzroy looking to do what they did in the first half, unable to on this occasion. East Hope goes long. Pepino shouldered it. Frascalzo first placed. Abdul Latif, Claudia Frascalzo, who had quite the first half, set it back for Araha. For both of these teams, entirely different outlooks on the 20 minutes ahead. Fitzroy have got it all to do. Victoria Lions know the same as before not only gets them 3 precious points, it sends them back to the top of the table for the first time in a month and a half. It has been that long since they were usurped at the summit of the league. And Nick Parthamos, they're halfway there.
Yeah, look, I'll say the first half, you would see at the start of it, you would have thought Fitzroy were on this game. They started off really well. And then Vic Lions gradually just took over that momentum and just finished off the first half very well. And again, it's hard to say who's on top here. They're both playing very well, but Stella Nissan on the ball.
Nissan in behind. Araha blocked the first time. Nissan steered over the second.
As I was saying, it's anyone's half this half. Another 20 minutes to go, and again, it can go either way.
This game on a knife edge, even at a 2-goal buffer, that's nothing in this sport. Frascalzo charging. Pepino just stood her ground, really. Frascalzo wanted a free kick. That was waved away. Air went long. Allerton took it tidily. Pepino was placed. Araha was in retreat. Pepino tiptoed and didn't have the venom. Diana Frascalzo came across at the right time to ensure it was a bit more tamed. Here is Araha on the switch, which was well read by Nissan. Happy to cut it out before it found Abdul Latif.
Vic Lions seem to be pressing now for starting the second half. It seems like a high press, just cutting off Fitzroy's playing. Because as seen last half, they had a lot of the ball moving it very well. So I think Gnomes just wants to cut that off, not giving much of the ball.
And here is Frascalzo. The contrast is the space in behind for one for another. East Hope came through. East Hope is in a lot of discomfort, as is Diana Frascalzo. They collided with one another. Ball was in behind, bravely slid out. East Hope made the save. Frascalzo was collateral damage of that. Oh my word. Just seen an external replay. Goodness me.
It seems like Frascalzo's copped hit her knee on East Hope, and then I think Clarissa Allerton has gone pretty much through for Scalzo at the same time. It's just a bunch of bodies in there.
Clash of knees, a clash of players, chaos everywhere. And East Hope knows she has to continue. She has no choice in this matter. They have no other keeper. Diana Frascalzo also getting tended to. She seems to be getting back onto her feet, which, though gingerly, is still a good sign. East Hope wanting to walk it off. Frascalzo doing the same. Those two are both remarkably, remarkably tough characters.
Well, what a clash, and they're just walking away from it. That's shows you how much they want to be out there for this huge game.
And if one thing we know about either, they won't back down from a contest, either of them. That's why they are at the level they are. Two of our finest, two of the nation's finest, and that fierceness is a real reason why.
And if there was two people to go get in a clash with, those two people, they just don't go down, as you said.
And Frascalzo, having bounced back up, was then happy to bounce up and nod the ball out of play. And where the first half started with fire and fury, the second half a little bit more tamed. You can feel that there is an understanding that as it ticks away, this game is going to unfold, it is going to quicken. Maybe both are taking a breather while they can. Air went long. East Hope got a punch on it. It's fizzed out for Allerton from Nissan. Pepino was in the channel. Frascalzo closed the door. They're just starting to get on top of that a little bit now. Fitzroy. Not as easy to come by for Victoria Lions. Although that's given away for Pepino, who's worked at yards and hit the post on its way out.
It seems to be that both the teams are pressing. They really want to win that ball high now. And that's showing you that they need to throw the ball long and find the target a bit more.
A direct route. Working for Victoria Lions. They have a corner. Mostagimi's take. Pepino scuffed it, got away with it. Frascalzo across to intervene. You could hear a pin drop in this place right now. It is dead quiet. All the eyes, all the attention on what is going on out there. And Frascalzo won it. Allerton was deepest. Pepino now got away from Araha. The touch was too heavy to do anything other than retreat as Air went to gather. Flung it on for Frascalzo. She went direct. Allerton forcing her to slow up. Abdul Latif was waiting on Frascalzo to make the move. Araha now. And Nissan again across. Araha out for Air, who's gone a little bit from home. Tried to fizz it for Frascalzo. Allerton got a boot in. Now Pepino, who had Cameron to go at. Abdul Latif the second. Pepino around one, not around two. Abdul Latif then went and won it back. That's a lot of Araha.
Like you said, Ethan, you just feel the tempo's just gone down a little bit in this half. I guess maybe both teams trying something new tactical-wise or just taking a breath.
It is that adjustment phase. Pepino picked it off Cameron, though. Nissan's up with her. The ricochet from Abdul Latif was crucial. It took it through to Air instead of to Nissan, who was waiting to walk it in. And here is Abdul Latif on for Cameron through the legs of Nissan. Cut off by Mostagimi, who then got it back from Nissan. And Vic Lions are motoring, though Abdul Latif put a stop to it. Mostagimi's take. Nissan gave it a go, and it was dipping devilishly on Air, who was happy to see it over the bar. First real warning shot fired in the second set. As Frascalzo, not beyond Allerton. Just how much is riding on the next 16 and a half minutes? You can't even put weight on it. There is a trophy that one of these two will come to claim. For Victoria Lions, they know they cannot secede the lead they have. It has to be ironclad and even then has to be further impenetrable than that. Fitzroy no one breaks it open again, and it's right back on. Nissan, Allerton, Mostagimi and Araha entangled. Cameron, that's tidy. On for Fruscalzo, who's got around Allerton, not around Nissan, and Pepino and East Hope are there to happily sort it out. It's just showing glimpses as Trudy Camilleri, who was given a breather, is back on in no time. He wondered how long Noams Langen would leave her out of the action. The answer, only short of 4 minutes. And here is Camilleri. Pepino. Camilleri left it behind. Fruscalzo picked it off, and the follow-up is steered wide by Araha.
That was brilliant by Fruscalzo. Just gets the ball, and again, just trying to take that shot, but there's too many Vic Line bodies in the way there.
Here is Pepino. Placed it beautifully for Camilleri, who's got Abdulatif in retreat. Trudy Camilleri had it open up. Araha there to deny her. And now on for Leila Abdulatif. Cameron. Calm from Fitzroy. Patient from the league leaders who have got to go and get it back. Cameron, Abdulatif. Araha went to Spirits and wasn't able to do so, worryingly. McClure comes on. What a game. This has been so far what it promises to be as it unfolds further. East Hope again direct. You get the feeling, we saw it in the first half, it might have been a tactical idea then, but Nick, they've continued it on in the second half, and you don't see it changing for the night, really.
If it works once and it works twice, why not keep going at it? And it doesn't seem like Fitzroy have really been on top of it.
Allerton,
so why not keep trying?
Charging air, had to get a palm. Araha can lead the break. McClure's up with her. Amanda Araha went early, and Camilleri was there to block. Cameron left it. Araha gave it a go. Pepino had it fire into her. Camilleri couldn't pick her out. Fruscalzo then got the ricochet away from Allerton too, and Camilleri was 1-2 tall.
Again, we see the set piece from the side ball. They keep doing it, trying to find that player at the back post.
Well read by Araha. On for Fruscalzo, and Mostagimi with a most important challenge.
Fitzroy just feels like they've just taken the lead here, as in momentum-wise, and they're really pushing to get this this goal here, because it really makes or breaks it. They really need this next goal.
One could see the door fly open. Cameron left it. Araha, Allerton was quickly across. They have just taken the ascendancy to start the second half. They did so as well in the first. Here is McClure. Araha, Camilleri central, got the flick off. Allerton's ricochet only came off her once more. Cameron reset it. Fruscalzo, lovely footwork. McClure was lurking, and it just had a fraction too much on it to reach her.
You just feel like that's not our first time seeing the ball just go past the back post. We've seen that quite a few times in this game so far. Just seems like they're just off pace a little bit.
East Hope, that's a lovely ball. Camilleri had Cameron pinned. Pepino was picked off by Araha. And now Cameron once more, under calm circumstances this time. Camilleri though, unrelenting, moving away to Mostagimi, not once but twice. And she fluffed her lines both times. What a moment that could be.
Wow, there was two chances. That could have been the break, the backbreaker. That was
a really big pair of opportunities. Mostagimi converted neither. Though Fitzroy aren't out of the woods yet, they are now with Fruscalzo. Cameron, lovely one too. Camilleri slide a good one.
Camilleri makes the Fitzroy bench go crazy.
And Camilleri's protest is, she got the ball. The tackle was firm, to put it bluntly. We will have a look. Ooh.
She does get the ball.
She does get the ball, but the control on the challenge is under question. There's one you could poke a finger at. And here is Pepino on the charge. Controversy delayed then as Allerton refound Pepino and Frescalzo was there to clear. It wouldn't be a title heavyweight bout without a bit of spice. Without a bit of fire and a bit of flame. And Pepino had a lush turn cut out by a loose touch. While Jarin. Switch for Frescalzo. Pepino straight to her.
Again, with more time, we've felt the momentum and the pace of the game go up and down, but still hasn't reached the level of the second half.
It's ebbed and flowed in this second half.
Maybe they're going for a more calculated look, both teams, instead of rushing and forcing the ball.
They said it was a game of chess in the first half. I think the second half maybe goes more for something akin to that. Neither side willing to give up an inch. We're in stalemate in this second half right now. There's Camilleri trying to force an opening. Mostagimi. Pepino wasn't there. Cameron the only one. Frescalzo's all on her own. Allerton is in retreat and does brilliantly to steer it for East Hope. And now Pepino, who's got Cameron backpedaling. Pepino went early. And Air got down to deny.
Again, Pepino loves those one-on-one chances down that line, and she takes them all day. Again, Air has just been brilliant this half, and the whole game she's been brilliant, to be fair.
Allerton side ball. Victoria Lions maybe just feeling they've got Fitzroy where they want them. Pepino's following! The second half's game breaker. Broken open with the first piece of precision, and Pepino pierced it in.
Again, Camilleri and Pepino linking up. That's the second time this game. And again, they're just quality. The pass, their movement, they just know each other so well, and you see it.
Who would blink first? Well, it is the league leaders who have blinked first. We haven't seen a title race trade this late in the league for some time. Hasn't happened in Darebin. Have to go back to Thomastown. Camilleri with a great read. Now it's Pepino. Those two working at it again. McClure this time puts a stop to it.
Again, like you said, the last half, Fitzroy did come back from a 4-goal deficit. It's only 3 goals. There's still time. There's still a lot of time to be, still a lot of game time to be played, Ethan. So you can't write off Fitzroy just yet.
Two great minds are pondering how to go about that great change as well. Jimmy Sufa, Scott Rogan, engrossed in conversation. The tactics board getting a workout, to put it bluntly, at the moment. Pepino, McClure, corner. And the Victoria Lions approach. Gnomes Langham, ever so cautious on the touchline. An unrelaxed core, although it's 2-on-2 now. McClure is charging. Frescalzo was down the line. Allerton in retreat. Fizzed across and fizzed wide. That's a brilliant, brilliant intervention from Mostagimi.
Mostagimi keeps on running back, working hard, and you just see it pays off there. Just tracking her runner all the way to the back post. That's brilliant.
It was inches from 4-2. Corner set for Waljarin. Pepino picked her pocket. Frescalzo was there to lend a helping hand just in case. They might want time out again. Jimmy Sufas has just picked up the sheet. They might have their hand forced twice in the same game. Some might have never seen that. These two under the pump at the moment. That's really cool from Air. On for Waljarin, now for Frescalzo, who placed it behind Allerton, happy to keep it calm. Mostagimi, Camilleri. Mostagimi out the other way for Allerton. Cameron went to press. Frescalzo was in firmly. No foul given. Pepino in retreat. East Hope save. McClure with a tight angle. Victoria Lions want a foul. And, well, I doubt they'll be full of Fitzroy sympathy.
Not at all, Ethan. I think it was a great job from Pepino coming back and defending. A brilliant block.
Fitzroy corner. Set short for Cameron. On for Frescalzo. While Jarin had Camilleri in retreat. Balkiswal Jarin fancied a look momentarily. And here is Diana Friscalzo on for McClure, who ran out of room and couldn't go beyond Pipino.
It just feels like Fitzroy have lost that the momentum from the start of the game, where they just started off so well, Ethan. I wonder what changed. I'm sure Jimmy's trying to work that out now, and I'm sure maybe that's why they're looking to the timeout.
And it's a real tale, these two clashes. The more recent encounter, Fitzroy had that momentum early and it carried them through. Victoria Lions weren't able to go with them. This time round, there has been a real rearguard action and a real response. If there's one team, though, that you don't want to drop it against, it is the Tigers, as East Hope goes with far too much force.
You also cannot ride them off, Ethan.
It's happened time and again. They have come from nowhere. They have a habit of doing that. Getting right back into a game they've got no business being in. And that is why, at the moment, they are table toppers, even for the time being still. A point does them a favour if they can pinch 3. Here is Friscalzo looking to get 1 back. Camilleri in retreat, concedes the corner. And Jimmy Soufas just flirting with the possibility of timeout.
I'm sure he's got plenty of set pieces for a nice corner here, but I think he was just going to hold on it.
There is something planned. Fitzroy corner. Friscalzo, McClure, Camilleri was there to pick it off, and Camilleri is charging, 2 up with her. Camilleri decided to go alone. Allerton and Pepino were basically begging for it to be given to them.
That was brilliant run, but she just had Pepino on her right side, and we know how lethal and dangerous she is. Maybe should have passed it, but again, just trying to catch the defender off.
And here is Pepino. The clip will find Camilleri. Return for Gisela Pepino. McClure with an important challenge. Mostagimi came charging and went and won it. Halfway stage of this second half here in Darebin. Only 1 added on the other side of half-time. Gisela Pepino sauntered in and steered it beyond Elizabeth Eyre. That has turned a 2-goal buffer to a 3-goal buffer. Here is Allerton. Oh, it's 4! 5 for Vic Lions. It found a way through everybody. Allerton with fortune has found one that doesn't break resolve, but does force a head to turn. Fitzroy want timeout, and they will have to go and get it. And so the Tigers, the league leaders. 2 on the other side of the break. It's Fitzroy 1, Victoria Lions 5. And so we return from timeout. Fitzroy have got 10 to save themselves. This was the one that changed it last time. They're hoping it does so again. They've gone 5th. Friscalzo in the fly. But before all of that, it was something we've seen so many times from Clarissa Allerton.
Again, that's trademark from Clarissa Allerton, from the set piece, from the side ball, I might say. It's just trademark. We've seen that time in and time out. It's just brilliant.
And it has Victoria Lions 10 from the top of the table once again. Though they've got some fifth to defend right now. Abdulatif on for McClure. Fitzroy will take their time though. They've got to get a little bit of a hurry on. You get the feeling they don't want to waste and soak up too much. Here is Friscalzo, who is forced out for McClure. You can see Camilleri and Pepino and East Hope just organising the lot as Abdulatif gave it on to Cameron. Now Friscalzo. Allerton across. McClure. Abdulatif. They've got to find some incision if they are to cause an issue. Cameron set it back for McClure once more. Friscalzo. Cameron. They've got to get out. That's a lovely ball for Araha, who smashed it over. That's a gorgeous, gorgeous ball from Estella Cameron.
And you can see that's the ball Cameron wants. Every time she's looking for that pass to Araha. And I'm 100% sure Jimmy's been calling that play.
Camilleri gave it away. Cameron gave it back. Camilleri couldn't pick Pepino. Had she, it would have been a good look at 6. And now Cameron is charging. Allerton's in retreat. And Allerton is there to block. Precious seconds, not only with the threat of a counter soaked up.
I think Fitzroy will be looking for that diagonal ball across from the left side to the right side, trying to find that pass, just breaking the lines. So I'll be watching out for that.
And here is Abdulatif. Take 2 of 5th. Friscalzo has got an acre, to put it bluntly. Cameron gave it back to McClure. Now Abdulatif. Friscalzo causing issues centrally. Fitzroy being patient. Araha couldn't get there. And East Hope is in a hurry. She knows that you might have to answer fire with fire. Friscalzo can only be in net. McClure is there on the line and kept her composure to clip it onto Cameron. Abdulatif, that's really tidy. And now McClure, and now maybe they could catch Victoria Lions out, though the set shape is restored. Here is Cameron on for McClure. This would be the first time this late in the season at this venue we've seen a title lead exchanged between the top 2. Fitzroy are the leaders. Victoria Lions are the challengers, having lost that lead. And Allerton has steered it wide. Agonisingly wide.
Yeah, you can tell this is going to be a long 8 minutes or so for the Vic Lions. You know, this is not an easy job here, 5th man defending. You've got to be moving on constantly. And with only 2 subs, they're going to have a hard time, I reckon, Ethan.
Fitzroy going to make it even more of a headache. Friscalzo on for Araha. They haven't even bothered with a keeper. Araha, Pepino pressing. Abdulatif, any pocket is open to be ripped right through. Here is Claudia Friscalzo. Went to clip it for Araha. They've loved that back post region again, but just haven't found the final ball.
Yeah, but that ball's on, and Vic Lions don't seem to be patching that up, so they're going to keep trying to get that ball across.
Certainly quite the 7 and a bit to go. The clock, not an ally of the league leaders, as that's flung long for Mostagimi. Couldn't place it back for Pepino. And now Araha, who only steered it for Allerton. Camilleri's on the overlap. Trudy Camilleri wins a corner. Friscalzo's had a rather nasty tumble as well.
Again, what a warrior, just getting back up again. Just keeps fighting, because this game means a lot. It means there's still a lot to play.
She knows they need her. And they will right to the very, very end. The gap is still 4. Camilleri's corner. Set back for Allerton, on for Camilleri. Mostagimi got up and then got it without knowing it. McClure in retreat. Fitzroy will have it. And Friscalzo will come back on post-haste.
You can tell Fitzroy are peppering, so could be on here.
They've just felt a little shift. Victoria Lions have held firm to this point, but here is Friscalzo. Back for McClure. They're happy to let her have it. On for Abdulatif. Claudia Friscalzo just lurking. Diana Friscalzo got round. Pepino has got quite the task.
That ball for Amanda Araha from Friscalzo is on Ooh.
And the ball for Fruscalzo was on, saved by Easthope, and here is Pepino, who has tiptoed around the lot and won some precious, precious yardage. But that is how quickly the switch can be flicked.
That parallel ball is on, and I've said it. It's just Fitzroy trying to get that pass across. Ooh.
And Easthope again had to scramble. Pepino this time will have a go. And again, the next wave will start. Already, they are picking holes. And here is Abdulatif, not beyond Pepino. Camilleri can charge. Camilleri's got an open net and has rolled it wide. What a look. To go and not put it beyond doubt, but to go and make sure it is in fact Everest they have to climb.
Should you have shot it early, Ethan?
Tried to run the angle down. Had the opportunity to pull the trigger whenever, wherever. And just couldn't quite steer it to the corner. And here is McClure. They've just been forced a bit deeper to build up. Mostagimi with a good block. They've just lacked that viciousness they had a minute or two ago. The threat the other way has reared itself again. Fitzroy cannot lose focus. They cannot lose heart. McClure cut out by Pepino. Mostagini unable to steer it goalward.
Vic Lions seem to just, maybe Gnomes Langley gave some instruction out there. They just seem more defensively composed now. Just shutting down those passing lanes and blocking the middle.
Very compact. Easthope the organiser as well. Abdulatif too long for Fruscalzo. And they're causing errors where before Fitzroy were doing it with ease. Here is Allerton. She went far too early trying to catch out Elizabeth Eyre.
You almost feel like Vic Lions might catch them out here. They've had a few attempts so far.
And that is how they'll be hoping. Gnomes Langley wants them to keep the ball. If they can get through the initial press, they can soak so much time out of this game now. They've already exhausted 2.5 minutes.
There it is.
Fruscalzo! Easthope's there.
That's the pass, Ethan. That's the pass they want.
Tried it a few times, and each time Easthope has been alert, acting as the stopgap to ensure Araha has no easy passage. McClure. Fruscalzo. McClure on for Fruscalzo again. Mostagini got a foot in. Can Camilleri get there? McClure was charging. McClure had to see it out of play. They're just doing enough at this point in time.
You can feel, I just feel Vic Lions might have one goal in here. Just break the hearts of Fitzroy.
For all the Fitzroy muster, they are really, really now at the clock's mercy. 5 to find 4. At what's been yet another magnificent meeting between these two. And you still feel it's going to be a long 5 minutes. It's far from over. Here is Allerton this time though, and it lacked the sting. And McClure was placed to pick it off. Now Abdulatif, McClure, Araha. They've got to go if they are to go and grab something. Fruscalzo! And again, Easthope is there.
You can see the fatigue settling in with Vic Lions now, just not pressing that high and not tracking too well there. I mean, it is a hard job. There has been no changes with subs-wise.
How much longer they got? Timeout could be issued just to give them a breather. Araha, that's wasteful. From Amanda Araha on that occasion. A real rarity. But it lets the pressure off. Easthope will go direct. Camilleri fancies a go at it. McClure got up. Abdulatif, that's really tidy in return. Now Fruscalzo. No foul given. And we will have a bit of a look. Steer down the line. Just took a tumble at the wrong time. That's given away though to Araha, who's got a yard for herself, and Araha's flashed it wide. The opening is there. They still have not taken it though. Speared by Easthope, this time for Pepino. who realised then she was out of options. Allerton gave her one. Mostaghini went down the line. Allerton with a flick. Mostaghini wins a corner and a big one. Pressure off.
Gives Vic Lyons just a little bit of time to take a breath.
Allerton got free! And Air had to save. Abdul Latif's now on the march. Went early, maybe too early. East Hope again, out for Allerton. Hustled by McClure, who's in too firmly.
Could see Clarissa just looking for the foul there. Smart play.
It's experience.
Exactly.
From Clarissa Allerton. Body placed where it needed to be. Drew the contact, won the free kick. And then Camilleri almost sold her short. McClure's touch was heavy.
A rare missed pass from Camilleri.
They are playing with fire.
The fatigue does seem to be kicking in now. With about 4 minutes left, can Vic Lyons hold on to it?
Each minute for them must feel like an hour, and for Fitzroy it must feel like a second. Who wants to hold their nerve down the stretch? Pipino, Mostaghini couldn't muscle away from Frascalzo. McClure on for Air, that's a gorgeous ball. 3 on 2, Araha, East Hope got a boot on it. Araha at the second attempt, steered it on for Frascalzo. They're not done yet. Fitzroy have a corner.
How good has the Australian #1 been this game? Unbelievable.
East Hope the difference maker. Abdul Latif from the corner. On for McClure. Abdul Latif. Couldn't get a yard on Camilleri. Now Araha threaded for Frascalzo. Fitzroy free kick. Tried to spear it. Handball against Camilleri. Struck the arm.
It's unfortunate, but it is a handball.
Fitzroy free kick. You feel as though it is now or it is never.
Definitely we're looking for Amanda Araha on this. The left foot again, as I said a little bit ago, it's a rocket, and I wouldn't be surprised if she rips this in.
And here is Amanda Araha. The title race on that left foot. Amanda Araha has scored! And scores with some force! And there is a pulse! What a hit! And what a time!
I told you so. That is brilliant by Amanda Araha. I called it. She got a brilliant left foot on her. I could almost see it happening.
What have they got left? Given away. Frascalzo charging. Fitzroy have them frazzled. Fitzroy have a corner.
It is not over, Ethan, at all.
Corner taken with haste. Abdul Latif. Araha. Layla Abdul Latif. Frascalzo with too much height. Goodness me. What an end we are in for. Do not go anywhere. It has been box office. East Hope. Just to take this thing up. Camilleri was darting and did well not to collect. Allerton gets an all-important boot in.
Air seems to be carrying a little bit of an injury as she keeps holding her chest or her arm up. Maybe that's why they went fly keeper, but it works out for the better, I guess.
Something not right with the Fitzroy shot stopper. They'd have gone for the fifth anyway. You get the feeling having to chase the game. And so far it's paying off in some way. McClure, Abdul Latif, Frascalzo. Again they are forced back. Again they go out the other way. Araha, Frascalzo. East Hope can't prevent the corner. 2:44.
You just wonder when Vic Lyons will be looking at that timeout card and thinking maybe it's a good time to take a break.
If they get one more, it'll get handed in immediately. You just know it will. Here is McClure on for Araha. Had to close the left foot. Abdul Latif kept it alive and only just. Fine margins for Araha on the switch for Abdul Latif. Frascalzo peeled a little bit too early. Now McClure. Abdul Latif, Claudia Frascalzo. Oh no! Oh no! McClure won't be able to get there!
Oh my word.
Oh, dearie, dearie me. Unfortunate is an understatement. Misfortune at its finest and at the worst time. How good she has been. How much they have been charging. And Victoria Lions get a gift.
It's just a shame. I'm pretty sure Claudia Frascalzo was looking to play that pass to McClure and just hit it wrong. And like you said, like they didn't deserve it. They were playing so good, moving the ball very well, and it just that's how the game is. You just don't know what to expect.
2 to the close now. Victoria Lions may nearly be there. Flung long. Pipino was going to have a go on the swivel. A poke in another direction, and that was in the net too.
It does seem like Vic Lions have that hand on the trophy. With a minute 40 left, it doesn't seem like, well, definitely, it will be very hard. That's for sure, Ethan.
It would take a miracle, even for them, even the kind of club they are. They must surely be thinking even 1% it's too tall an order. Stranger has happened. They have made some things impossible seem possible. 90 seconds to go. Fitzroy have to find a miracle. And here is Frascalzo on the long and winding road. Cleared away to Araha. On for Abdul Latif. Oh, that's brilliant from East Hope. That's a wonderful save.
The story of the night, East Hope, it just there. Oh, there's no words to describe her. She's always there. She can't. No one could get past her pretty much. Every goal, she has stopped.
She's been a brick wall. One of the finest out there this evening. Australia's #1, showcasing why. In some style. McClure couldn't pick Araha. That'll do it.
Got to give credit to Gnomes Langley and the crew. She has killed it.
And where they had fear the second time facing Fitzroy, this much more akin to their first coming together. Final 60 seconds in Darebin. Victoria Lions are all but there. Do they fancy one for the road? Mostagini will have a go. Will gather it, but the script has been written. The story has been told. Oh my word, East Hope had a go. Still yet to get a first series futsal goal, but still getting closer week on week. Abdul Latif long. Frascalzo out of room, and Fitzroy are out of time. 34 seconds, 4 required.
Well, like you said, this is the first time in a month or so that they find themselves back on top of the league table.
It will be a return to the top of the tree for Victoria Lions. They surrendered that advantage and the top of the table in and of itself on the 10th of April. A month and a bit later, they are to return to it, and return to it in some style. East Hope there to gather. Does she fancy a go? No, she does not. Allerton there. They are simply ticking the seconds. Victoria Lions return to the top of the top flight table. 4 seconds to go. A 4-goal buffer where the Tigers found their teeth last time. The Lions have roared in response loudly. Queens of the Land will have a shade of yellow and blue this season, but which one will it be? They've got one more meeting. Fitzroy started the evening on the front row on provisional pole, but will end the evening knocked back off the perch, usurped at the castle gates. Gnomes Langham has the victory she longs for. 2-1 on the seasonal ledger. Mainly the most important 3 points picked up in their time in the top flight so far. The title race changes again. Top of the tree changes hands. Victoria Lions at the summit, and they do so by a full-time score in Darabin. Fitzroy 2, Victoria Lions 6.